Hi, hi, hi. Yellow, yellow. Hello, hello. Hi, hot rod. Hi, Alyssy. And hello is a Noah. I got a Noah. We are not a Ranok. We are not a Ranok. But yeah, hi. Hi, hi, hi. I'm so sleepy today. We're gonna try and fill the first half of stream with art. I have a little bit of commission work to do. I also smacked a little headache with some painkillers. So we're gonna see if that flares up or not. But if not, then we might hop over to do some games. You took the mute off. I know.
I did indeed.
Sneaky, sneaky, sneaky. Yeah. Today we have a reference sheet commission where we're drawing this little guy. We're drawing this little dude. This little guy. They are apparently meant to be somewhat Rayman-like, so we get floaty limbs and such.
You know what they say, Hot Rod? You can pick your friends and you can pick your nose. But you can't pick your friend's nose.
I thought you were just gonna, end there.
Sometimes I do, but this time I needed to clarify, not stop for comedic effect.
Doubt. So,
you are free to doubt.
Let me check a thing. No, okay, yeah, you're just quiet. You're just quiet.
I'm just quiet.
Understandable.
You will see why maybe in a moment.
Yeah, at one point recently I completely reset my audio settings on Discords to try and fix something. So some people aren't at 200% anymore.
That'd also do it.
Hot Rod made a typo, but I'm just gonna full send read it as with a little nose picking between France. Between France.
It's always something with those damn French.
What are they doing over there in Paris?
Nothing worth repeating. Well, unless it's, base 10 SI units.
I don't get
it. They got one thing right, which was SI units for scientific research.
Okay. See, I like what they did with the ultra rich. I'm a fan of that.
I also enjoy a good
melon balling. Who doesn't love a good melon balling? Wee.
I figured it out. I'll just lower the size of my eraser and it'll be smaller.
Oh.
Big success.
Okay, actually I should probably be starting this particular sketch with the symmetry tool. Commissioner requested just 2 views of the character. Means we're just gonna do front and not a direct back, but like a 3/4 back, so that one could glean generally what their design would be from behind. Yeah, they're very simple. How's your day, Noah?
I had an exam at 8, and then nothing else.
How do you feel about it? The exam.
It was good. I liked how most of the questions in the exam, because my professor is a very old lady, and a very sassy old lady at that, a lot of the questions had the answer of, I have no idea, I didn't come to lecture.
Oh my god. Actually?
Yeah, because she mentioned in the first day of class, like, okay, I'm gonna be real with you guys. The only things that are getting graded in this class are the quizzes that happen every once a week on the Thursday lectures.
Oh my god.
And your exams. So if you guys choose not to come in on Monday at like 6, I won't blame you. But also, you probably will miss out on things, so maybe don't do that.
Oh my god. So, hi, Fox. Hi. And let me also... Poyo! Poyo! The Poyo has been poyoed. Okay, here's a question. Do I want to give the hands and feet different perspective poses? Just to show off. I'd probably do it with the hands, but I think the feet are going to be fine just to have a mirror of.
And now you know.
This is true.
Oh, I meant refer to DMs.
Oh.
Or art.
Don't just stand there, Rudy, draw something.
Oh no, we're working on MS Paint too. This is this saw trap. This is the saw trap that you sent in my DMs.
It's the other redeem that I am known for using often.
We drag this into clip before we switch over to MS Paint.
Wait, why would you switch to... Oh. Another MS Paint.
You have no idea what I'm capable of. You wouldn't dare.
The snack spam will happen. You can't stop it.
Yeah, when you can fund it.
What do you mean? I have over 4K.
You also have to time it smartly or else. Teehee. Okay, Lewis makes Fox come clothes shopping. Let me also scoot that around. I'm gonna set up the stuff. Boop. Boop.
I may be out of clams, but I'm not out of options.
Okay. Okay, there's our timer. We are good. The real question is, where should they be shopping?
At Soup.
That is an option. Okay, I could have Fox carrying everything. It is definitely an option. I think I have a better mental grasp on what Fox's design looks like than Lewis at this point, which is interesting. Do I have an exclamation point throne? Don't think I do. There is a tab below the stream.
Let's find out.
I guess lots of people do have a command for that. You don't necessarily want to advertise stuff like that too hard, though. Oh yeah, we are gonna load Fox up. Do a big bag. Lewis's card is about to get declined. Ought a doodle redeem me more often, give me more opportunities. It's gonna burn to my brain! Oh, goodness. Actually, I could put them at the till with Lewis having their card declined right then and there. That would actually be really good.
You do not have your throne listed in any capacity.
Huh?
I even went to your links. There is no throne. For future...
Oh, no, it's right there.
It is?
Yeah. Okay, you're looking at links and more. Look,
oh,
2 panels.
I'm a fool. I'm a fool.
2 panels.
I'm but a fool.
Actually, while I'm tabbed out, let me also see if I can find a reference. I'm gonna go on to Ulysses Blue Sky and hope. Oh yeah. There's a little cheap of him right there. Just gonna burn that into my brain. Ooh, he's on Toy House also. I should use my Toy House more often. Should definitely use my Toy House more often.
Toy House.
I was actually just watching a video on the fact that Toy House has been in invite-only beta for 10 years now, which is wild.
Whack.
Yeah, it's one of those things where, like, to actually open the site up, they would need to also have the infrastructure and money to actually pay for more people to moderate the site and stuff. That's probably the biggest thing, is that right now it's just a service that funds one guy's livelihood and not enough for Bro to, like, actually expand it as a company. I don't know, and I see that and I'm like, y'all know business loans are a thing, right? Business loans are an option. Oh yeah, I'm totally gonna draw Lewis having their card declined. Am I mean for this? Am I mean to him for this? Here's the real question. Does Lewis put on pants in public? Oh, Alyssa says, what's my account? It should also be Doodle Connor. Definitely no. Okay, Lewis getting arrested. Good to know. This might be too big of a person for behind the till. Don't need to be detailed. Okay, right here.
I'm amazed that you can see what you're drawing in that, like, degree of...
the default light gray in MS Paint.
Yeah. Because, like, on stream, it's, like, barely visible.
True. I have had people mention that before. I think the contrast is a little better on my end, but even then I am just kind of drawing with a light color in general.
Indeed.
I'm one of those monsters who usually doesn't put a tone on the canvas to make it easier on their eyes. So, like, I'm just kind of out
noticed. Here. I've noticed. I always have to... I'm wondering, like, why does it flashbang me when I draw on your things?
Oh, it's Moon! Hi, I hope you've been keeping well. I hope things are going all right. Good to see you. We are currently doing an MS Paint redeem. I should probably speed it up just a little bit. We'll be running out of our 15 minutes. Not super soon, but I'm starting to get a sense for these. I'm gonna give Lewis like a puffy tail. He's a stupid little cat boy.
As most are.
Stupid little cat boy who just had his card declined. He's frazzled. He's frazzled. This is true. This doesn't usually happen.
Wait, how in the heck?
Where does Lewis even get his money?
Money store?
He has a job at the print money store. Okay, we're not gonna put too much effort into this complete random silhouette of a character here. You are just here to let us know that the till is being manned. I know he said that this should be like the soup store, but for some reason in my head, JCPenney is also really funny.
Cole's Cash.
Cole's Cash reward cards. Ooh, Lizzie says Jam has a character who is Lewis's brother, and that they're probably mooching off of them. Rest in peace, Big Bro's wallet. Okay, I think that is legible enough for me to move on from. This is a little big for a till. It's taking up a lot of the counter, but also, just keep swimming. The otter! Hi, Ace! Hi, hope you're having a good day. Hope things are going well. This is a keyboard, and I'm not gonna worry about it too much. Boop-a-da-boop-a-da-boop. Boop-a-da-boop-a-da-boop. Wait, that's actually really pleasing to say.
New vocal stem added.
I'm gonna start saying that at people at complete random in like voice chats. No one's gonna know what I'm doing.
But I will know. I'll always know. And I will never forget.
The boop-a-da-boop-a-boop. Baba Booey.
I was there. I was there when it all began.
One of these days, Ace is gonna like leave graffiti on my stream. Magic graffiti.
I mean, we can leave graffiti on you right now. In fact,
this is true. This is objectively true.
Wham.
Wham bam. Thank you, ma'am. You're ma'am now. There's no going back from this.
If I had a nickel for every time
I'd have more than one nickel. Which is interesting.
Indeed.
Oh, getting booped? Hi. That's my schnoz. That's my nosers. That's my nosers.
Booped on the snoot.
Yes. Co-signed.
What if we tangent you instead?
Whoa. I'm gonna equilateral your whole face.
It's like the me when I find the guy who James Bond burgered my sister, except now it's random mathematical functions.
I'm trying to think of what, like, equations I actually remember. I'm gonna stick you in the y equals mx plus b.
Oh no. What do you mean I can easily be distracted with a crinkly ball laser pointer or just giving scratches behind the ear?
Kitty coded. Kitty coded.
I am but a small, just a little guy. Almost in my 30s, but just a little guy.
Growing up, not an option. Maturing, an option. One that you can pick
Indeed.
time and places for as well.
I am only as mature as my, like... The only time I'm mature is when I'm with my cousins who are not.
The adulting comes on for smaller goobers.
Exactly. I gotta keep them alive and fed, so I have to have a degree of competence. But other than that, I can do so for others, not myself.
I feel that. He says, saw the small debate on Connor versus Renak, and they will note Connor has infinite lives, while Renak has one. Yes, you caught on to that implication. Oh, very clever. Oh wait, hold on. Lewis doesn't have long sleeves that are rolled up. Lewis has short sleeves.
Infinite lives in the sense that you heal every time you perish, or you just create a new copy?
New copy.
Does the new copy have the old one's memories?
Yes, that's the whole point of the screw, is that it is a backup of the brain's contents.
Neat.
Yes.
But if Renok were to find the copier, then you're done. You're done for, because then it can just be a case of him. You will not experience the release of death, but the agony of infinite deaths.
I mean, you have to know how to turn it off. Or have a really good crowbar.
What do you mean by that?
Do not break the cloning device.
Oh no, he would not break the cloning device. The cloning device is what allows him to keep you in perpetual anguish. All he has to do is just... You will remember each time. You will know what is to come. As you awaken, you will already know what is to come. You will have that dread baked into your very, very psyche from the moment of your inception.
Alright, I already wake up in the mornings. We get it.
Exactly.
He says Gunnar has a lot of clones in storage. Not true. There is only one Connor at a time. That is a rule. And if there are multiple Connors, problems.
The one who wants it more wins out and then eats the other one.
No!
There was a bit in Dino Thunder Power Rangers where the White Ranger ended up being cloned, and the clone and the regular White Ranger were both like, okay, our power is literally being split in half.
Oh.
And like one of them was like all the evil-ish, quote unquote, side, and the thing was that, like, okay, I guess whichever one of us is more willing to be the one to survive, like, which of us is more willing to, like, do what needs to be done in order to persist as a living creature.
Oh, okay.
And so they have a fight, and the evil clone just goes, I see, I guess you're the one who wanted it more. So that's his, like, last words to his original self, like, okay, you wanted to live more than I did. You were more willing to fight for your life than I was. And then he explodes.
Twins in the embryo absorbing each other be like, or not embryo, in utero.
It's, yep. Twins in the womb.
Outrad asks, what keeps a person from altering said otter's memories? I assume no one is qualified to operate devices that complicated.
No one understands C++.
Oh my god. Who does?
Bro's running Linux. No one knows it.
Oh, this isn't an actual screw. It's a Raspberry Pi.
No. I've had to use one of those. Pain. I never understood the robotics, or what was it? It was something robotics and electronics. There we go. I did that in, like, senior year of high school as an elective. I got the electronics part well in hand. I could make the funny hoverboard with a bunch of fans. But then we started using Arduino boards, and I was like, haha, wow, this is what in the goddamn?
I did, like, one Lego robotics class, and it was very just follow the recipe. So, you know, one of the cases, if you don't really learn something there, you just kind of have an experience with it.
Indeed. I never understood Python. I've taken, like, 5 different courses on Python, and each time I understood none of it. My dad's like, nah, trust you will learn Python, it'll be great. I'm like, no, I will not.
You fool, you have so much faith in me that you forgot.
I am but a goober.
Just a little guy.
I can do art.
Okay, I gotta speed through this, because we did finish the timer on it. So Fox is gonna get some scrunkly shoes going on down here.
Grimlow. The word scrunkly is such a word of all time.
Whoever invented that, thank you.
Yes. Also, that's neat. Hot Rod.
Oh, it's Cupid! Hi. Hey. Connor, ship of Theseus. No, danger.
Wait, what though?
Da.
If you took...
1 second.
If you took...
Let me jump in here real quick before this song changes over. Alyssa asks, what music is this? The current track is Scribblenauts Unlimited music from Capital City. However, if it was the song before that we were looking at, it is Snipperclips Retro Reboot A. Okay, carry on, Noah? Unless I made you forget.
No, we were talking about Ship of Theseus, and I was gonna say something about what if you took every piece of Connor and replaced it with new Connor pieces?
Yeah. Okay.
Hey, same.
I could tell myself that this is done enough.
But would you be able to rest?
I'm not allowed to rest for the next half a week. I got things to do.
The Noah has to fast every day arc has begun about tomorrow-ish.
How long is every day?
So the basic stick of Ramadan is fasting is done from sunrise to sunset,
Okay.
which is great in the winter months because, sunrise is like
Sure.
hella late and sunset is hella early. But in summer, it gets really fun because, sunrise early, sunset late, and is hot.
Yes.
And thus you will want to conserve water. But can't conserve water because fasting means no water.
Gotcha.
So, somewhat lucking out with having to have this happen during the winter. Ish.
You didn't answer my question of how long is every... You use the term every day. Is it one day or is it more?
Oh, so it's Ramadan, so it's literally a month. It is 30 days of fasting.
When do you get calories and water?
So the moment sun sets, you pray, and then you're like, okay, there's like a whole, like, I don't know what it's called in what the English translation of the word would mean, but, or what, if there's a word that it translates to, but essentially it's a statement of intent.
Okay.
So, in the morning or pre-sunrise, you have breakfast. You have like as much food as you can take, and you state and you do like a prayer that is essentially a statement of intent. Like, okay, I have eaten this much, or I'm done with the food for today. With this, I shall begin my fast for the day. When sunset arrives, there is another prayer, and upon completing that prayer, you do another statement of intent or mention that, like, okay, I have the fasting for the day has been concluded. I'm gonna eat again. It's not really what that means, but like for our purposes, that's what it means. And then you can eat from sundown to sunup at any time. You can gain however much calories you seek.
Okay.
So basically, just when the sun's up, you can't eat.
Gotcha. Okay.
But if there's no sun, it's really funny because like the Burj Khalifa, right? It's a really big building. So they actually have different times for when you have to pray that prayer, depending on what height in the building you are, because the sun will still be in the horizon at those specific points if you're that high up. So like the lower you are on the Burj Khalifa, the earlier you can eat, essentially.
That's kind of funny.
But yeah, it's an interesting little shtick.
I hope that all goes well for you.
It does every year.
I haven't died yet.
Though, more often than not, I skip out on doing the fasting on account of the fact that I have college and my parents are like, no, you need
Yeah,
your brain cells to work.
from my understanding, there's a number of exceptions that are definitely valid for saying, yeah, it's unsafe for you to do X, Y, Z, so just don't. We want you to live.
Yeah, and there's in fact a bit where, like, there's another set of days in our calendar where it's like, if you missed these days, you can make them up here.
There's makeup tests.
Yes, there's makeup fasting days.
Alyssa. Oh,
Who are you drawing?
Yeah, Alyssa asks, who are we drawing? This is a reference sheet commission. I actually haven't directly asked. I get the sense that this person is, like, maybe a YouTube content creator, and so we are taking this guy and giving them a solidified reference. So yeah, fun stuff. They are loosely based on some of the design theorems of Rayman, hence we get some very funny floating limbs, which I am all for. Ref tense.
Reference.
Oh, ref tense.
Ruh-roh, Raggy. We lost the reference. But yeah, it's a funny business. This set of things that our religion accounts for.
Yeah.
There are many convoluted elements to it, like there's a specific passage in the Quran where if you read it, it's the equivalent of reading the entire Quran in terms of how many, like, points you get, I guess. Like, if you read it if you read this specific verse enough times, like 30-ish times, it's the equivalent of reading the entire Quran in terms of how many what's the word? Afterlife points you get, essentially. It's really, like, if you actually
speedrun the religion.
I mean, you can. Because, like, yeah, we have to make it accessible for literally anyone at any stage of their lifetime, because, you know, someone might want to convert at, like, late in their life.
Okay.
We do not discriminate against that. We all, as long as they end up, you know, perishing when they're this specific faith, it's good. It's all good. Like, as long as you die in this religion, you're spared eternal damnation. I guess.
That is always the advertised effect, ain't it?
Indeed. So it's honestly laughable the amount of ways you can be like, I have become an apostate. How do I recover? Eat this. Or join this specific prayer and, like, say that you'll not do that ever again. Pinky swear.
Promise.
You gotta promise real good.
You promise.
And you gotta do that every year, because who knows, you might accidentally do something that is technically not allowed, and thus you need to reaffirm your vows again.
Ooh, Hot Rod says, mate talked to me off stream because they found an app that takes drawings and makes them 3D and into printable products. So little known fact, because I don't practice it too much, I actually can 3D model. I'm somewhat familiar with Blender. I don't have experience with the full pipeline. I really haven't had super successful, like, rigging and, like, post-processing stuff, but just doing, like, the actual like surfaces. That's like, yeah, I can do stuff like that.
Nice.
Bro ended up a little too tall over here. We're gonna grab some of this, squish it down. Boop, boop, boop.
Sorry, buddy, we got to remove your height a little.
Sometimes I really want to explore the rest of the 3D pipeline, because I do have ideas for things that strictly work in 3D and not 2D. But it's one of those things where it's such a massive time sink, and I feel like I would need someone that I could repeatedly bother with, hey, can you show me how to X?
Oh my.
What?
Something is gone wonky on the Opera GX actual stream side. I'm going to have to reset that.
This is why I don't like Opera. It's just Chrome, but for gamers. It's just gamer Chrome. Okay, I should put a little title text up here. I'm gonna assume that this character is called a part of their username. We're just going to extract that. One of my ideas for a video game. Okay, so there's games out there. What's the term? Asymmetrical player versus player, I think it is, where the PvP, like, depending on what side you're on what team you're on, the goals are different. And I would want to do, assuming that that's the right term, asymmetrical PvP, styled after the original, like, comedy formula of Tom and Jerry. I have concepts and designs for a cat and mouse-esque PvP game. I have like some character designs, and I have ideas about how to make the environments fun and how to have mechanics for the environments depending on what side, what team you're on. And so the core, yeah,
amusing.
I would want to have really, really toony 3D animations with like super flat cell like shaded processing to make it like you can only get so close to how the original like 2D animations could look, but I would definitely want to try and like really gun for that vibe. I don't know. Maybe someday. Maybe someday that would be crowdfundable. But that is one of the ideas that I have been holding on to for a long time, and I can just see it so clearly in my head, you know?
Oh yeah, I get it. There are animations that I have that are like that. Do you know the song, what's the song? It's the one that's from, like, I think Persona, where it's, Last Surprise.
Nope, not familiar.
It's the one where they say, you never see it coming.
Mm-hmm.
So, that song has a remix version for the Persona 3 and or 5 Scramble. Uh, and the first time I heard it, the only thing that kept going in my head was like a reel of all of my Twitch friends. Like it is sort of showcase style thing. And there's a specific point in the song where it dips. And at that point, I felt would be perfect for one of our friends who is a giant 40-foot tall mech to appear and like emerge from the thing, and like that's where the music would return.
Mhm.
And I was like, this is a great idea that I'll never be able to, that will take absolutely forever at this rate. So one day, perhaps.
Mhm. I love how people will like sit down and just daydream full video animatics and stuff. Big
Yeah,
relate.
it's like, if you can't do that, are you really enjoying the music?
Heck yeah. Oh, another game that's comparable. I actually haven't watched too much gameplay of it, but I know games like Who's Your Daddy would be an example of asymmetrical co-op, because you have like the parent character and then you have like the baby characters, and the goals are directly oppositional. Yeah, that just returned to my brain as one of the comparisons for it. Alyssey says Hangman. Is this a patented Alyssey non sequitur, or is there a game that I should peek at that you're referencing? Okay, I'm gonna save this commission. I've sent the commissioner a sketch for approval. Like the pen and paper game? Yeah. Okay. And I think I can work on my personal art for a bit while we wait and see if Bro gets back to me to give me the thumbs up and answer the couple of questions that I sent them. Wee! Back to this.
Back to Furry doing a jump.
Candies. Do a flip. Sometimes I wish I could do a Bender voice. Alyssey asks, how do I feel about Gajinkas? Well, it's funny you ask. I'm gonna pull out some really old fan art. I should probably be posting them more and redoing them. I think they were in my fan art folder.
Me looking at like, where's the fan art channel on Connor's thing? I'm like, wait a minute. Incorrect.
It feels selfish
Connor is
to have a
referring to
fan
his
art.
PC.
It feels selfish to have a fan art channel. I did an incomplete series of Pokemon Gajinkas of exclusively bug types. You know, sometimes I think about picking it back up and doing some more.
Sometimes you just want to have a bug. Be a person.
You bug. Let's see. Ooh, I really like the Surskit line. Made them little ice skaters. But yeah, I think needless to say, Connor liked Gajinka. Ooh, here's Buzzswole. Buzzswole. Big wide. I don't think Gajinkas necessarily have to be female, but I definitely was exclusively going for ladybug characters. Yeah, so
And
like...
yet, I see none of them with the red and black spots.
Okay, which ladybug Pokemon? Unless I've misunderstood your jest altogether.
Well, you said ladybugs, and I was like, ah, yes, as in the actual bug.
Ah. Alyssa says their favorite flavor of neurodivergent artists is the ones with a roster of gajinkas for their niche hyperfixation. True. I did see someone's gajinka of, I think, a Venonat go weirdly popular. I don't know.
I suppose this counts, but I have drawn at one point a humanized version of Optimus and Megatron, so I guess that works.
Yes, that can count. It can count if you want it to count. Okay, what pen pressure? Pen size? Probably 5. I haven't directly mentioned it to anyone, but there is a logical problem with how I've set up these different shots in this comic piece, and no one's pointed it out to me in reverse. So I'm just gonna leave the mystery there. See if anyone organically notices at any point.
Well, in fairness, I did not parse what you just said, so...
You want me to repeat it, or do you want to just live in the mystery?
I would like you to repeat it, if you would be so kind.
In this comic, there is a logistics problem in how I've set up the different shots and what the characters are doing.
Ah.
But no one's pointed it out to me organically, so I'm not gonna say what it is. Alyssa says, Oop has a bunch of gajinkas of operating systems. That's fun. Makes me think of when people were drawing like a Firefox gajinkas all the time, or like, ooh, we're gonna take Tumblr and 4chan, the websites, and turn them into people, and then we're gonna ship them together, because that would totally happen, yeah. It's like a forbidden romance.
Enemies to lovers.
Hot Rod says, seems safe to say that Connor loves little guys. But beware. By what the Pokédex says, not every bug type is so small. This is true. Big
They
true.
are little guys by vibe, not by size.
And sometimes they're big
Also-
guys.
Yes. Have you seen like the posts where they're like, here's an image of Ash Ketchum holding this specific Pokemon that's apparently like, 50 kilograms.
Yeah, comparing it to the actual Dex entry. There's a lot of things like that where if you take the like weight that the Pokemon's supposed to be and compare it to the size that it is and do actual math for the volume, you get creatures that would break the laws of physics or like cause a black hole, or the density would be so heavy that it would like fall to the center of the earth,
Not like the very natural and totally legitimate existence of creatures that shoot fire out of their mouths or whatnot. You gotta draw the line somewhere.
I think one of the things that people were on about when that was like a kick to, calculate that stuff, I think they found out that Wailord would have been less dense than air. It was something funny like that.
What's it called? Aerogel Wailord?
Alyssa says they had an extremely big Bowser Gajinka phase. Oh, Browser Gajinka phase, not Bowser. I was so ready for Bowser Gajinka.
You can do both.
Some of your current OCs were Once Upon a Time at Browser Gajinka's incredibly valid. Charizard is 5'11". There's also that thing where Pokemon in some instances of medias are shown to vary in sizes from individual to individual. So if you want to put stock into something like that too, like technically you got options. There are options.
And options are good.
Options always good. Let people choose. Choose is good. These bits. Do I get rid of that? No, that stays. Boop. Boop. There we go.
I still love the fact that in Hi-Fi Rush, the villain's like motive for making a literal mind control device into every single one of his items was not for the sake of an army to rule the world or anything, but instead just because he wanted people to stop wanting various items so that he could effectively market only exactly what people wanted by making everyone want the exact same thing, which was his product.
It's always capitalism. Who'd have thunk?
And he's like, look, man, I'm not a marketing genius like my mother or my sister. I'm just a guy who wants to make money. But everyone keeps going, this new iPhone isn't all it's cracked up to be. I want the new iPhone, but it's pink. I'm like, screw you, man. Just take this iPhone and be happy with it. That's why I will control everyone's mind, so that they stop asking me for new things. And I can make what I want to make, and everyone will have to buy it.
Okay, I might want to look up a reference for how this Ivy should look. Ivy on mouse. That's really textured. Oh, that's a little more like what I'm looking at. Let's steal this, steal this reference image. Oh, Alyssa's computer died. Rippers, welcome back.
Oh no.
I assume this is a laptop battery went out more than anything else.
Oh
What do we want to
boy,
handle?
Moss.
Well, Moss is what's sitting on top. Ivy, however, we do want to climb. He says it's more like it's playing dead. That's not normal. That's not normal. Adjust myself. I want to sit up at like 20%. Okay. I'm sleepy. Hold on, wait, I might want a different cut of that reference image. Ooh, yeah. I'm messing up some of my Windows setup. Delete that. Let's convert this to image material layer. Boop. Lissy says that their computer is an ancient Mac, that they give her the benefit of the doubt. Crusty little vintage PC, my beloved. Okay. Might get more mileage out of the shapes here. We let it be a little more dangly. So the server owner that this challenge art is for, Greek Celtics, girl does fantastic, lush environments. And she usually does them with such simplistic use of stroke and color. That's something that I admire so dearly. Like, I need to channel that energy, something fierce. That's kind of something that I'm thinking about is, what would Greek do here?
It's always good to ask yourself, what would the person who knows what they're doing do in this situation? But sometimes you gotta ask, what would you do in the situation?
I'd reference people who know what they're doing.
I hope that didn't catch on the audio.
I don't know what? I just heard you
Doorbell.
snivel. Did you do a sneeze?
No, I meant the doorbell.
Nope, didn't hear that. Shout out to a couple of streams ago, well, quite a few streams ago, when when my dishwasher jingle went off and like 5 people in chat were like, I thought that was mine, I thought that was my dryer.
Oh.
Old fave.
Thank you, Hewlett Packard. Hewlett Packard. For the jingle that I'm amazed that no one has made a trap remix of yet.
Ooh.
I feel like it would be the perfect thing to make one of, but like no one has thought about it yet.
Cupin says, does it do the jingle? This was one of the models where it goes do 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 do. I think that is the melody.
Ah, yes. That is exactly the one. It's ingrained into my skull.
Oh yeah, there's a whole bunch of electronics that use that exact one. Hot Red says, what would happen if we load the otter up with sugar and caffeine? I'm gonna be so real. Last time I had like a sugary iced coffee, I took a nap right after. I'm not diagnosed with ADHD, but I'm not diagnosed, but Howard says that they remember hearing my cat. Yes. Graham has been much less determined to try and steal my attention during stream times. He's become adjusted to my schedule and knows that during breaks I come out and try and give him some TLC too. Before stream, he's up in my business, like running his face along my legs and hands, trying to get me to drop everything and come play with him, but, you know. That's him hoping to get lucky. He's such a good boy. Such a good boy. Oh my gosh, yesterday it was not freezing cold, so I took him out on the leash to see if, just to kind of see if he was still my brave boy and would be good to take out in the future again, because his personality has shifted a little bit since he was a kitten. It went well, except for it started to pretty heavily drop sleet on us. And at first, Graham was like, "Oh, this is weird," but then I noticed he started shivering. And, like, I go down to him and I, like, touch his extremities. His ears aren't even cold. He's shaking because he's scared of it.
Scared of what?
Just the amount of precipitation that was falling, like, because he's an indoor boy. I only take him out on the leash and he's supervised. And so having just the sky drop all these little pellets of soggy, like, ice, he was like, whoa.
Father, help, the sky is falling.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. What says something like a third of chat or a third cat?
It can be both. You don't know. Maybe we've all been bred in a lab and we don't know what rain is and we just take your word for it.
I was saying chat being scared of, like, snow and precipitate.
Indeed.
Big fair. I mean, Texans don't buy tire chains. They don't need them. Why would they?
I don't know what tire chains are.
Clearly, you're not from Michigan.
I am from Jersey.
Yeah. For
And I'm
food,
sure-
yeah.
Ah,
Yeah. Actually, if I want this to feel better, I should let this follow the shape of the hole in the roof over here. Cupid's doing the finger guns. Jersey. Got a fellow Jersey fan.
Jerseys? It is Joyzy.
Joyzy.
There is things about Joyzy that is good, and things that is weird, and things that is bad.
As is everywhere. Hot Rod Singh, referring to how a third of chat is usually going for my affection. In some ways. In some ways.
Somebody misspelled Solosis, the Pokemon, as scoliosis.
I mean, little bro has never gotten out of that bubble to stretch and crack their back. I believe it.
Does he even have a spine?
Okay, so little dude is like a zygote? That's one of the earlier things that starts to form? I think there's a good chance there's a little spine in there.
If it's a single cell, then
It's a bit of both. It's a bit of both.
who is this based Binky? I see. This artist on both funny sites.
I'm gonna take
It's-
scolosis and I'm gonna snap its ribosomes.
Not the ribosomes. How will it make its proteins then?
I didn't say I was gonna break them, I was just gonna give them a little pop pop. Alessi says, watching me draw is so relaxing. I was working on a pixel art animation last night that I can't stream in case someone sees it too early. But I got the same comment, and whenever I do, I'm just sitting there like, ee! Yay!
It's happy little otters. Or whatever we're drawing at the current stage.
Just a little dude.
Menacing little otters.
Just a little dude. Okay, I'm gonna re-sketch some of what we got going on with this ivy. I could have looked up a different type of ivy too, like that was an option, but Like, I think mentally I was thinking more about morning glories, but they actually wouldn't be able to climb a sheer house face like this. Definitely would be more accurate for English ivy to scale like this. So we will carry on thusly. Give us a little rotation. Rotato potato. Also, in my brain, working to think about the flow of the main stems, the main branches of the plant here. Hopefully that will give us some good, just sort of an unconscious suspension of belief. Suspension of disbelief. Make it convincing. You can make it a little fuller, but for now I think those shapes are good. And let's actually change... Yeah, okay. Made that purple just so it stands out a little differently. Transfer down a layer. Okay.
The adjective for metal stuff is metallic, but not so for iron, which is ironic.
Go stand in the corner. You're holding a bucket in each hand.
You can't keep me in here, Connor. One day I will learn how to make the John Moshida Jr. voice happen, and then it's over for y'all.
Okay, another thing here is we're technically getting farther away from the camera, so I gotta make sure I'm making these individual leaves smaller and smaller as we go. This will be a factor. Hot Rod says, there's an ivy that once it grows for about a month, it is impossible to get rid of. I'm trying to remember the name. There is an ivy in our area. It produces these beautiful little orange flowers that hummingbirds like as a nectar source, but they are they are very persistent, and they will absolutely deform parts of your house over time. I was helping out some people who were buds at the time, clean up some of it, and man, it was very hardy. It was really cool to see how some of the individual, like, arms of the plant had these little sticky feet every so often. Like, it's not like Morning Glory, where the main stem just sort of curls around stuff as it goes. It literally has these little spots of, like, sticky little mini roots that embed into surfaces. Just, like, that is so cool. That is so cool, and also, this person's gutters were absolutely destroyed for good. I would not have wanted to own that house. Repairs go brr. I think need a little variety in the shape here. Give this a little bit of a curve down and then back up. What it says? That same stuff you usually see on old castles back in the day. I think what we're looking at here is probably English ivy. That might be similar. Kepin says they removed some types of ivy plant from the brick surface years ago, and you can still see where they, like, glued into the brick. Yeah. Nature is very good at doing what it needs to do.
Because when it isn't, the thing just stops existing.
Correct. Correct. Well, except for koalas. Somehow we still have koalas.
Yeah, what's up with those things?
I am a certified koala basher. I will never not talk bad about koalas.
They don't know it's food unless it's on the tree.
Mm-hmm. Literally the
fools.
most evolutionary fail mammal possible. Also, if a koala pees on you, you can get an STD from it.
That's, man. Can they not be the worst for, like, a moment?
No. Okay, another fun fact about koalas, just because now I'm in koala bashing mood. Just about every koala does not die of old age. Actually, let me rephrase. There are no koalas that have died of old age because of their diet and how their teeth are set up. They lose all of their teeth, like the ability to grind and chew. Their only food source, which is eucalyptus, far before their natural lifespan is over.
So they just fail at existing.
Yes.
How are they still persistent as animals?
Because nothing in their environment has challenged them to evolve for millions of years.
You know, I know a thing that can challenge the I know what can provide some evolutionary pressure for them. It's called me with a bunch of rocks.
I'm gonna introduce tree otters.
One thing, I have my misgivings on Jurassic World because personally I feel it should have been more like a Saw movie. In like a mixture of Saw and like Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory, where all of the human characters were awful and they all got violently eradicated by the dinosaurs. I would have preferred that because human characters in kaiju movies always suck. But I will say that it's very amusing to me that the dinosaur kept in captivity that was meant to terrify literally everyone because they said, yes, let's make the worst possible predator worse because we need profit. And the first thing it does when it leaves its confinement is like, what if I just went on a killing spree? For giggles. And then they just like... They just start following its trail of destruction, and they're like, wow, there are a lot of dead dinosaurs here, and they're like, yeah, the worst part is none of them have been eaten, which means it's just killing them for gits and shiggles. And that's the part I thought was very amusing. Like, yes, what did you think was going to happen when you made a genetically engineered murder monster? It would do the murder.
when I see something like that in nature, I just know it's because the animal is incredibly smart and is looking for enrichment. That is almost always the cause. Also, Kippen says, throws rock, hey, evolve a defense mechanism.
Come on, evolve. Of course, that's not how evolution works. And I never said I wanted the koalas to succeed in evolving. I never said that. I said I want to provide, survival pressure against them. I'm not rooting for the koalas here, man.
Man, why did otter fur have to become popular, but not like koala fur?
Why would anything koalas be popular?
It's still good fur.
Yeah, sure. If you want, maybe syphilis. I mean, come on, man. Who's gonna take the fur of the STI animal?
Otters are also very nicely waterproof.
How about instead of getting otter fur items, you just adopt a bunch of otters and train them to form a suit of otter power? Like the Jake suit.
Otter mech assemble.
Exactly. I'm trying really hard to find a way to make a pun for the word stoat, but I can't think of one right now. So give me a bit, and I'll come back to you.
You always come back.
You can't keep a good creature down.
Can't keep Johnny down.
Is an otter.
Some dude shooting golf
disgusted.
balls on the moon. Bathroom in his pants. And he thinks he's better than me.
I am filled with profound hatred right now.
Yes.
I have no, not on account of you, but on account of the fact that I have looked up otter, and the first thing that shows up is otter.ai.
Ah. Garbage.
Disgust, hatred. See results about otter the animal. Yeah, how about that one? Thank you. I do not wish for whatever nonsense this is. Okay, are they also a type of specific animal that... Yep. Okay, cool.
What, mustelids?
Yes, because stoat and otter are both mustelids.
Yeah, you know what is also a mustelid that people don't really think about? Badgers.
Yeah, I see it.
Badgers is land otter.
Angry land otter.
Only sometimes. Hot Rod says, well, it's like when the Canadians were airdropping wolves into Montana. Yeah, that's them trying to rebalance the populations of prey animals after they said, hey, we don't like wolves. Let's shoot them all indiscriminately and let people just get rid of them. And then they went, wait a minute. The wolves did a useful thing. Uh-oh.
It's like the what was it in China? They had you should get rid of the pheasants or something, and then they were like, this was a very bad idea. We should not have done this.
Exterminating anything that's not an invasive species is probably going to be an issue.
Fortunately, koalas offer nothing, so it's fine.
Yeah. Red says
they are...
Oh, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna bash on otters. Koalas. I can't believe I said that. I'm so sorry.
Foot in mouth.
Anyway. There's always gonna be some stupid AI, yeah.
Here's the thing. I'm not even that mad that there's an AI software named Otter. I'm mad that Google pushes it to the top above the basic concept of an otter. And that goes for so many things. Like, I'm not just being personally like, no, not my otters. It's half the things that you Google, you're not going to get the result of what you want. You're going to get 2 steps removed based on what Google wants to push in your face. And that's why I think we really need a Google alternative right now. The thing is that search algorithms are actually really hard and expensive to do good. We have things like DuckDuckGo, and you can use it, but genuinely the things that it knows to suggest and the data that it's allowed to collect from you to suggest better things they don't even spit at the level of intelligence and web crawling ability and suggestibility that Google has as a platform. And I think that's one of the things that is keeping people trapped in this garbage company that owns half of the software that we use for basic things like Gmail and is constantly stuffing down irrelevant things that we didn't ask for, just absolutely pushing it down our throats and giving us no way to turn it off. I think companies, are going to do whatever they want to do. They're going to invest in whatever they want to invest in. But the fact that they keep rolling changes out on us and giving us no way to, toggle it off or trying to sneak it into, our phones in, apps and subcategories, I think that's borderline, a violation of our rights as a consumer. I'm gonna be so real. And that's where most of my frustration is. Sure, Instagram and the Meta company, yeah, sure, they're gonna roll out AI, but the fact that they make you dig through 40 different tabs, submit a request to opt out, and make you give them your literal address, name, and so much irrelevant garbage just to send a request to opt out of a feature that you didn't ask for. That's where I want to start throwing bricks, That's the frustration. So, hi Vivian, welcome in. We're having a light and airy conversation while I work on art. Viv says, the true trappings of Google is that it owns half the internet. You can avoid the search engine maybe, you still need Gmail. You still need Google Docs, and Google Sheets, and Google Slides, because the alternative is a Microsoft Office subscription. If you're studying, you probably need Google Classroom. Yep. Google is one of those companies that I think should have been Buenos Dias by monopoly busting laws long ago. Same with Disney, same with Nestle. There's massive conglomerate companies that I think that should have been slapped on the wrist long ago. Just go back to Ask Jeeves. Awesome take. Love it. But yeah, no. I don't have the right to tell a company what they can and can't invest their money into. A company should not tell me what I can and can't turn on their app, and they shouldn't be allowed to just change the rules and say, hey, so we're gonna take all your data against your will. You didn't sign up for that when you first agreed, but we're gonna do it now. Ugh. Even Twitter, when they started revealing, yeah, no, we're just gonna automatically add everything that you got into our, learning data sets, they made it so difficult to clear out your data when leaving. So when I nuked my Twitter account. I ran JavaScript that would go through each and every one of my posts and manually delete them because there was no other option. I run that script. I check later, and it locked my account. They said, "We didn't like that you did that. We're gonna lock your account." And I'm just like, come on. For something that is advertising itself as like a bastion of the free internet, you are so desperate to try and keep me here, to try and prevent me from taking my data and walking away. Absolutely horrid. I'm just gonna start biting people.
Indeed.
I am your cult master. I don't want that responsibility.
Well,
You don't want to be a
then
cult leader.
I guess we're not playing that funny game no more. No more lamb game.
I should open that game up and play it some more sometime. Technically, I got into the post game. I didn't feel like anything had really changed. I didn't feel like accomplished. I definitely progressed, but I don't know. It's kind of missing some stuff for me. Fun? Yes. Definitely still fun. Viv says that they feel very lucky that here in the UK, they had a right to just ask any company for the data they have on us and ask it to delete it. Horrible shame that they backed out of that. That is sheer cowardice. I think the inability to demand that your data be deleted, it should be considered obfuscation of privacy. And, like, I do get the whole concept of signing up for a website with terms of service. Is that by signing up, you are agreeing to what they want you to agree to. But there's gotta be an ethical line of how much a company is allowed to ask you to agree to. Like, genuinely. There should be things that a company's just not allowed to ask you to waive. Red says, don't remind them. Their first cult died. SpongeBob flying ice cream truck meme. In a video game! Goodness. The ethical line is determined by how much money they have. That's something that I was struggling to get my therapist to understand, actually, is the concept that laws stop being laws at a certain level of wealth. Because you can just pay fees and bails away. Because it becomes such a negligible amount of money. It becomes, like, absolutely something to just spit at and go, okay. I kind of feel like fees for violations for stuff should be percentage-based. Like, I don't think a parking ticket should be allowed to be 210% of your income if, like, you're a middle-class person and then literally, like, 0.00000 repeating 1% of, like, your yearly income if you are a celebrity. we will succeed in a society where fees are equitable based on where you stand. But we're not gonna get to something like that with our current politician roster. Oop. I'd love to see it change. Trying to decide if I even like this Ivy or not. Definitely in a little too deep for me to just go nah and get rid of it. But it's a lot.
There's gonna be a Shrek 5.
A lot fluffier and rounded than I was hoping. So the way I learned that Shrek 5 was announced was someone showing a picture of the new ogre character right next to a picture of the baby ogres when they were little. And they pointed out that the eye colors of the baby ogres was blue for the girl and then two boys with brown eyes. And so the immediate joke was, she's trans. And I love that. I love the internet.
There's also... I learned it because a person posted the new ogre and said, she listens to Chappelle Rowan. And I'm like, is this a character from the hit movie Trolls where singing killed her grandma or something? And then I scroll down and it's like, oh, it's a Shrek character. Interesting.
That's so on point. Hot Rod says, did you know that Puss in Boots will never wear a cape again? I had not heard that before.
Interesting.
Viv says, they always compare it to how the Monopoly board game, you could just pay to leave the jail on the board. Creating an advantage for the richer players. Yeah, that's a thing. That's an incredibly ironic thing. Monopoly was designed by an anti-capitalist. The board game is meant to have very directly an anti-capitalist message. And then they capitalismed all over the place and sold the game and made it like a funny, thoughtless, like it got so popular that everyone missed the point.
The point is, you don't have friends when you play Monopoly.
The point is, there are no friends in capitalism, just make money. Hot Rod says, the whole reason you'll never see Puss in Boots in the cape again, so they wanted to make it authentic to each one. It's hard for them to actually animate the cape. The reason they show Puss in Boots always keeping it off was to get rid of the cape. So you're saying they literally got rid of a basic, like, design feature of a character for money. Big surprise. Big surprise. Who'd have thunk it? Viv says, it'd be like Amazon selling copies of the Communist Manifesto. Do they not? Can you not buy that?
And remember, guys, don't do that tomorrow, though.
That's right. Tomorrow is Buy Nothing Day. If you can avoid purchasing anything, do so. If you have to purchase something, it would behoove you to pick local, non-chain stores.
Unpaid cash.
True. And the whole point of that is to protest the absolute mess that we are currently living in. Viv says that was meant as a joke, but it wouldn't surprise them if they do sell that. Hmm. I
Wouldn't
guess
you
this
know it?
Ivy's okay.
You can get it on Kindle for $1.
Not just Kindle,
Or
but
hardcover
there
for
are
$10.22.
there are literally library apps that will give you digital access to books for free if you have a library card. And a library card is also usually free, and you can sign up for them online.
Indeed, but in the mention of Communist Manifesto on Amazon, it is in fact available. In any form you seek.
You've confirmed.
Man.
Hot Rod says there are also websites that give you audiobooks for free. Heck freaking yeah. Ooh, my commissioner has replied.
What did they have to say?
You don't get to know Weather Boy.
Joke's on you. I'm the or not boy. Not the weather boy.
I used the warp tool on here and it made the liner chunky. Gonna just clean this up manually. Gonna clean this up manually. Baba freaking Booey. I already forgot what that other, like, mouth sound that I got really excited about earlier was.
That's what the VOD is for.
Viv says, if we're like them and hoard enough books to start their own library, just read something from your back catalog. True.
While I appreciate the algorithm of the funny butterfly app, I do feel I ought to be more specific because I keep getting very neat art for the shows and things I like, but it seems the only art I am allowed to see is of, like, ships I'm not a fan of. It's like, on the one hand, thanks, very cool art. On the other hand, your ship is trash.
Hater Noah has entered the chat.
I am very... I won't say unique about my hating. It's more unorthodox, I suppose. In that, if I see a ship I don't like, I do the standard thing and be like, good art, and move on. But I very much enjoy when if the ship I like is something that other people also like. I am happy when it succeeds, but if it doesn't succeed, I am also happy. because I know that the people who are, like, die-hard fans of the ship will likely be mauling in impotent rage, and I can be sated in the knowledge that they didn't get what they wanted.
I've never been immersed into fandom politics. You have fun. Hot Rod says, I wonder what Connor would say about dropping 11k bits. I would do my sad little wobbly noise. Here we go. Viv says, meanwhile, their algorithm cannot figure out what to show them, because they follow both politics and artists. Sometimes you're browsing the news and you get that safe for work jump scare. Sometimes you're looking at spicy art and get news jump scared. Well, if we're talking about Blue Sky, I suppose you could find feeds. See if there are any interesting feeds that can separate out content like that with a bigger margin of assurance.
True. Or you can just look up the funny political ships that exist.
Toes.
Of course, therein lies its own issues, because, you know, that's real people.
True.
But I mean, if it is of a party that you are not a fan of, are they really people?
That is a slippery slope, my friend.
Indeed. And here I am, sitting on a block of ice.
Whee! A slide!
That's literally how I received my first head injury.
Oh.
Or notable head injury. My friends and I were like, oh, hey, it's winter, thus the after-school kids are not going to be at the park, or at the playground, at the school that we walk to. We can play there. And then my friend found like a solidified lake with a sheet of ice on top of it. Not a lake, but like a little pool of water.
Oh, yeah.
He's like, if we sit on the ice and slide, we go faster because ice reduces friction. So I did that. And it worked, and it was great. What I didn't realize is that someone was leaving for home, and they decided to chuck their piece of ice away, where it landed on my head.
Oh no.
And thus, I was in great pain, and I regretted not wearing my hood at the time.
Yeah.
And then another one of my friends came over and was like, oh my god, you're bleeding.
Yeah.
And I'm like, wonderful, I'm going to die. I'm bleeding from my head, my brains are going to spill out, and I am going to die. I did not do that.
Man.
Much to the universe's dismay.
I didn't know how that story would end.
TLDR, it turned out it was just like a little cut that just bled a lot.
Yeah, there are a lot of blood vessels around the head, that is for sure.
And so, in our infinite wisdom, we decided we should go back home. Because, obviously, someone's hurt and needs to go home.
Yeah.
Only we forgot that my mom said she'd be at my friend's place. So we walked all the way back home to my house. And then we realized, oh, we need to go to my friend's house instead. So we walked all the way to my friend's house, where my mom immediately said like, oh, I see you're hurt. I got you, fam. And she got right to work patching me up. And I was like, well, as long as you're fine. And for the rest of the week, I had like a huge bandage on my head, and everyone in my 5th grade class was like, oh my god, Noah, what happened to you? And it was at that moment, like, it was not at that moment, but at a moment later on, where another one of my friends got hurt on the after-school, like, playground, and we went to the nurse's office instead, and I was like, wait a minute, hold the phone. We could have done that when I got hurt. Why did we not go to the much closer, and much more well-equipped school medical facility when I was bleeding from the skull?
Well, the reality there is that you were a learning experience, but But
Indeed. Indeed. Also, fifth graders are idiots.
correct. Incredibly true.
I think my funniest injury as a kid was bumping my head on the doorframe leaving the school emergency room. I frequently visited due to motor coordination problems. Like I bumped my head, so the teachers were like, "Hey, you should get an ice pack because that is a nasty bruise." So I went to the office to recover it, but then as I was leaving, I bumped my head again on the doorframe.
A repeat customer. Awesome.
Yippee! Childhood injuries are fun because you survived them.
This is true. No, I didn't have too many incidents of any, like, notable severity. So I'm pretty lucky.
No broken bones?
Not a one.
Me neither.
Mm-hmm. We could change that.
For pennies a day, you could come over to my place and break one of my bones.
Get in the femur breaker.
That reminds me of how, like, in the manga for Tokyo Ghoul, the main character eventually goes off the deep end and finally embraces his evil side. And when he's, like, fighting to leave the evil torture chamber place where the torture chamber people were there, he meets his girlfriend's brother, who is part of the evil organization. And he's like, "Well, buddy, I have to fight you, clearly, because, you know, you caught me, you brought me to the torture chamber and tortured me for a good amount of time. My hair is now white from the stress, and also I'm evil. But, you know, you're also my girlfriend's brother and her only family. So I can't straight up kill you. So tell you what, I will only half kill you." And then they fight for a bit. And then he beats him down into the ground. And now he's, like, tied up in a... either tied up or just, like, knocked to the ground. And he's like, "You know, as we were fighting, I was thinking to myself, how am I going to half kill you? Exactly? Because, like, I can't half break your organs because those you need to survive. So I figured it out. You have 206 bones. I am going to break 103 of them." And then he proceeds to break 103 of his bones. Starting at the fingers. But it's okay because these people regenerate, like, at an obscene rate, so it's fine. Don't worry about it.
It's only torture.
It's like, to be fair, you made me do a lot worse. So it's only fair. I mean, sure, the actual person who tortured me, I ate, but, you know, you also had a hand in beating me up at one time, so it's alright, Noah. I've fallen off the jungle gym, hit by a car while on a bike, hit a crossing on the street, and was also in an accident, all within the age of 7 to 9. Man. That...
Y'all were not cautious.
That was that must have been a time for you, Hot Rod. Also, Vivian says, "Second place goes to the time I had fairly tame injury, but managed to stress out my mom because another kid was also sick, and then the kid called my mom instead of their mom. Their other kid was fine. It was like low blood sugars." Yeah.
Makes sense. Doting is a normal parent thing to do. It's funny because if you're like the first child, it's always like, "Oh my god, you're gonna die from the splinter." But if you're like a second or third child, it's like, "Oh,
it's just yoink." There, you're fine.
Your blood will clot. I've already done this, Roto. You're fine. I was a second child.
I am the first child.
Mm-hmm.
And boy howdy, is it a trip. there were like old commercials, 5 of 6.
Oh,
Dang, Hot Rod.
little.
I've somehow never broken my bones. I do intend to. What do you mean you intend to change this fact, Vivian? Why would you want to break your bones?
They said they do not intend.
Oh, do not. Okay.
Grammar.
I am good reader. I am no language. Very good. Me am college educated.
Goodness.
Okay, so there's a post where someone mentions that, like, I'm all about this raw scratched aluminum look on my devices, which is the, and then it is quoted with old robot woman with aluminum stretch marks.
Aww. Yeah.
And I'm like,
instead of being polished, shiny.
Yeah.
That is cute.
Somebody drew the opening frame of Bad Apple on a rotten apple.
Yeah, that makes sense. No surprise.
Amazing.
I wonder if anyone's ever used the Pokemon Unknown radio as like a sound font for Bad Apple.
Let's find out. If they did, it's not on YouTube.
At least
yet.
Not anymore. Oh, in different directions with that.
The Egyptians did not distinguish between a wild cat and a domestic cat. All cats were known as mute or mute, often translated as he or she who mews. The origin of this name is not clear, but it seems that it is an onomatopoetic reference to the sound a cat makes mew. However, some commentators blah 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 blah. Wonderful. The mewer.
True.
Egyptians be like the mewer.
Correct. They had very good taste. Okay, this character genuinely has 6 fingers, and it's always such a time to draw him. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You are built so wrong, sir. Viv says, that thing makes a sound. Egyptians.
Indeed. Look at it. It makes the sound, and also it is the guardian of the dead. Clearly.
I don't know if that's hard lore or just like colloquial lore.
Well, apparently cats were like some degree of revered in ancient Egypt, so...
That is, from my understanding, not entirely accurate. I have read that that's an exaggeration, and it's more so that they were culturally beloved than spiritually significant.
Well,
However...
They thought cats were cool regardless.
Yeah. However, I have no degree in this field. I simply read things online and go, oh, neat. So, always do your own research. Should stream break soon. When we come back, I'll be switching off of this and working back on the the turnaround sheet that we sketched up earlier.
Nice.
Mm-hmm. Just kind of in that flow state with this for a second.
I need to make more OCs.
Do. Always do.
My brain says make multiple. Pick all the beast and bestial races in D&D and make them MILFs, and I'm like, I guess.
You have a genre.
Look, man, it's worked before.
Oh my god. What does worked mean?
It's done numbers before.
Oh my god.
I got the person who rarely comments. I got one specific person to go Auga for the cat mom. So, I mean, if I can do that again.
The displaced Twitter artist looking for a new niche.
If you're not constantly rotating new OCs in your brain, are you even living? You're right.
True.
I have so many OCs that are like old stories that were all too convoluted to actually be made any greater. Maybe I should revisit some of those.
Do. Always do.
But they look better on paper than they do in digital, and I don't know why.
Oh, get crack-a-lackin'.
Tell me why ain't nothing but a heartache.
Total sidebar. I really want a Werner's ginger ale right now for just... My brain is showing me the flavors of exactly a Werner's ginger ale right now.
What me and Mama going again?
I crave.
Yeah. Good comfort.
Okay.
It is apparently the first day of the going to the masjid, and my parents have decided that they are going and I need not go, which is good.
Oh. Okay.
I am not very keen on going to the masjid. For context, masjid is the correct term for mosque.
Gotcha. Yeah, it's personal for everyone. Everyone feels different about it. Viv says, if in doubt, make an existing OC goth and call it their evil twin.
But we already have Emo Connor. He's the one that talks to Gur.
Oh, Gur.
Tells, oh, Gur, you're the only one that understands.
Arad says that, Noah, you give them Professor Stein from Soul Eater energy.
See, I'd go so far as to say I am what happens if you blended like Professor Stein and Excalibur together into a slurry and used like one of those easy bake ovens to like put the amalgam into the slurry into a mold and easy bake ovened it, and whatever you got from that would be me.
Like, I'm gonna blame it on the white hair. I'm gonna blame it on the white hair.
And the glasses and the absolute disregard for human life.
Says Noah, get the nuke. Okay. I am officially gonna take my 15-minute break.
Give Grandma a pat for us.
Of course, of course. Okay, I'm a deaf in, and y'all know the drill. I'm gonna go take care of myself. I will catch you back here shortly, I presume, where we will be continuing with commission and personal art. Chat you in a bit. Be good. I'm back. The question is Noah here?
Are any of us really here?
It depends on what kind of philosopher you ask. There are some people that think no one exists. There are some people that think, only some people exist. I think both of those takes are strange. Okie dokie. The commissioner requested we put a little BAM. Like a cartoony BAM onto the sheet. Which is, I find to be a bit of an
odd.
Yep. I should probably do it in all caps, actually. All caps be a little more...
Look, man, I've been trying. It's just we can't figure out a good time, Hot Rod. Listen, if it were up to me, I'd put him in a chair and play a bunch of, sappy comedy / slice of life anime, because I like those.
Okay, my favorite genre of anime is and always has been absurdist. I love absurdism. Nishiju, Hairgu, which is a very lesser known one. Excel Saga, which I haven't finished, but I have watched a couple of them, and man, does that melt your brain cells. I haven't given Bobo Bobobo a proper watch, but I know it would click with me.
It is, I'm pretty sure, one of the major things is that he uses his nose hairs for,
Yep. That's his
attacks.
power. That's his power.
Amazing. Amazing.
Asobi Asobase is one that's a bit lesser known. I compare it a fair bit to Nishijo, but for, a different aesthetic. Nishijo is very... It is what it is. Isn't life beautiful and mysterious? And also, here's some cute things.
This one.
Yeah, Asobi...
This one is, I have not, properly watched it, but I have seen clips.
Oh, yeah.
I have seen clips, and,
yeah.
Boy howdy, it sure is a show.
The clips that get popular are always, the height of, how far it goes. It is not like that constantly. So, what Noah's referring to is that there is a... I guess you'd call it a gag. There is a gag where these high school girls try and set up, a small, pool in the middle of the classroom with, a kiddie pool and a hose, and they end up slightly flooding the classroom, and water goes under the door. And the principal, sees the water, and he's like, what's going on in here? Without, opening the door, and they're like, so-and-so had an accident, and he leans down, puts his finger in it, tastes it, and says, no, you didn't. And he's like, why did he do... that is the absolute height of degeneracy in that show. Other gags are way tamer. That is the
I like
worst
the
that it
one
gets.
where they mess up her bangs really bad.
Yeah, they're cutting her hair. The other clip that goes around a lot is the girls playing a punishment game.
Yes. I know what you're talking about now.
Yeah, where they use a machine gun sound effect for the recoil of the girl getting smacked. But some of the other like great bits that don't travel around is like the girls taking a beetle and putting it on like an Eye of the Tiger like flash forward training montage to teach it how to pick locks. And it just has like human like arms and legs.
Oh, amazing.
There's one character, if I recall right, his whole deal is that he is the butler for one of the girls who is rich. And it's a recurring bit where he has a quote-unquote medical condition that causes him to be able to fire a laser from his butt. and so there's like this whole thing where like the high schooler has been the butler has been with the family since this high school age character has been like 6 or so. And you get these flashbacks where like as like a little 6-year-old she's like, hey, it's really cool, you should show that to me again. And then it like flashes forward to her being like, it's kind of weird, I'm gonna give you some money to go to the hospital, you're kind of a freak. And like they have a falling out just because she starts rejecting how he is like that.
Oh no.
There is a lot that anime has to offer besides the few like heights of its like sus levels.
Have you seen Azumanga Daioh?
Unfortunately, I've not, and I know that I would love it because it's literally just straight up Nichijo's author's prior work.
Real? That's surprising.
Wait, I'm 80% sure. Let me look that up.
I ask because there's one bit that I especially love, among the many bits of the series. So, you know there's like a trope of people bashing pots and pans together to wake someone up.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So, there's a school trip.
They are different. I was wrong!
And oh, alas. And the goofy, foolish child of the group,
mm-hmm.
who is more like country bumpkin goofy person, is like... she's like barely awake during the school trip, and she asks, is anyone still sleeping? And then they mention the one teacher that's always like kind of crabby, mm-hmm. and kind of like a nutcase, and who drives like a maniac. So the other teacher's like, yeah, this teacher isn't awake yet. To which our girl decides, perfect, I can wake them up like that. Except
ends up with a knife instead.
She takes the knife and
instead of a pot and pan.
And she walks in and she's like, oh, you're awake, I failed. And walks away.
Specifically, the teacher sees her standing there at the end of her bed with a knife.
Yep.
She's like, oh, you're already awake. Darn.
I failed. Walks away.
Good bit. Good bit.
In terms of goofy rom-com-ish shows that I like, Working is great.
Haven't heard of it.
Working is a show that is often also called Wagnaria on account of the fact that that's the family restaurant it takes place in.
Huh.
It is a show about a guy whose family is made up of the tallest of girls. And as the, I think, third of 4 kids, he's like, man, I hate this.
Mm-hmm.
I am much more... I like smaller things much more than I like bigger things now. Why was it dead when Noah said something? He just imagined him with a white chain saying fools. It's funny you should mention that because I have made a PNG of Excalibur and it's gone into the ether, I think. But, like, one day I'll find him again. But the premise of the show is essentially that boy hates big things and hates older women on account of the fact that he hates older women, but like older people in general, he hates because older people and taller people and big things are always mean to him.
Oh.
Whereas tiny little things that look like chipmunks and puppies and children, they are small and adorable and cute, and they would never hurt him.
Sizist.
He's very sizist and ageist. He's ageist and sizist, and he's like, I do not care for these things. So one day, a girl who is very small is like, man, I need someone to help out with this family restaurant because we are swamped with work and there's not enough people. Hello, person who is my junior in high school. Would you like to join my family restaurant? And he's like, oh, look, a tiny child. Are you playing family restaurant with your parents? Where are your parents? It's like, no, I am literally in your school. I am older than you. It's like, of course you are, little child. Sure, I'll join your family restaurant because you are small and cute and harmless. And the end of the episode has him be like, Chief, I haven't met this one specific member of our family restaurant yet. We always get given in, like, what's the word? What's the word for, like, it's not on the same point, but, like, adjusted to be offset? I guess it's offset. But we keep getting offset, hours in her work. Why is that? It's like, oh, it's because this girl here is, well, don't worry about it for your own health. And
Concerning.
And they're like, well, sure, but then there's a day where said girl shows up at work at the same time as our boy, and she immediately freaks out because there is a man there and socks him in the face with the force to break walls. And he's like, haha, what in the goddamn? It's like, oh yeah, so this girl has like severe androphobia, and it like shows, or it is displayed in acts of extreme violence. So, you know what? You didn't die from a single punch. So how about you get to training her to not be so androphobic?
Exposure therapy.
Exposure therapy, yay. To which the guy's like, but she's like my age, which means she's tall, and she's not a small little munchkin, little creature, like a water flea or a puppy. This is terrible, I hate this. And it's just a series of goofy nonsense, because other members of the store include the manager, who is a, gang leader. The floor chief, who is a ditzy, airheaded, but very sweet and very, like, proper worker, who just happens to always carry katana with her.
But they're short, so it's cute.
Oh no.
Oh, not.
She's the regular sized person.
Gotcha.
The very tiny and small second in command of the floor staff, who no one treats as an adult.
That's the short one.
Because she's she can't be an adult. It's like, there's a bit where she goes to complain to the MCs, like, the people kept asking, like, what's a middle schooler doing working at a family restaurant? And I'm like, that's terrible. You're clearly an elementary schooler. And then you have the very cool and collected guy who chef, who has a awful, he is terribly down bad, like awful puppy dog crush on the floor chief. But of course, the floor chief only has eyes for the manager, who is her like boss slash caretaker ever since she was a little girl, and who she's like obsessed with because of that. So he suffers because he hates the manager,
Understandable.
and yet, and so he takes it out on the short girl.
No!
Because he's the tallest guy, so he plays pranks on her, which ultimately are just, let's make your hair really silly and put those little flags that they give for like little kids Happy Meals on your head because you are a little kid, and so you get the Happy Meal flag. And then we have the other chef, who is like, he just knows everything about everyone, including the politician mother of the main character, for whom he has access to her baby photos somehow.
Hi, Fury.
Hello, Fury. What
Hi.
about working?
And chefs.
Yes. Working
I like
is
chefs.
a show. Working is a show about the most amusingly hostile work environment ever, because everyone's friends, but like, also everyone is capable of extreme bouts of violence.
Ace in my chat says,
As you do.
children can be
Children
cruel.
can be.
It's very true.
Yeah.
I like to think that all children try out sociopathy just to see if they have empathy, and usually they learn that they do.
I mean, the part of the brain that says, man, I don't like it when this happens, hasn't developed yet. So they're like, there is a reason that people don't like this. I don't know why, but I should probably stop. It's not getting me what I want.
Bit of column A, bit of column B.
Is this like a Rayman guy?
Yep,
Huh?
very much so.
It's not just Rayman, it's Rizman.
Real. Viv in my chat
What?
says it takes at least 7 years for children to develop morals. Yeah, I know in child development studies there are very specific benchmarks for stuff like that to consider as well.
Are those them, like, back teeth that you use for grinding things?
Your morals.
Yeah, the morals.
I had
remember watching
4
the
of
first
those
episode
taken
come
out.
Oh yes, the big pot. Yes. Wait. Was it because she couldn't carry the big pot, or because of some other reason of carrying the big pot? What happens with the big pot? Also, there's a running gag in the show where the small girl cannot say the main character's name right,
Oh.
and so the main character's like, well, it's fine. It's because she's a small baby.
You'll get it
It's
one
fine.
day,
It's cute.
kiddo.
It's cute, so it's fine. But if anyone else says it wrong, he's like, bro, what are you doing? Say my name correctly. How dare you? There are other goofy, quirky characters, such as the MC's Big Sister 1, who is a drunk, but also obscenely strong. The main character's second big sister, who is a recluse and an author, who may or may not be interested in her manager, who is a woman, or editor, who is a woman.
That's cute. Good try.
Her MC's other big sister, who is a lawyer, who is very on board with the whole let's rehabilitate this girl using my little brother because he's durable.
Right.
And also suffers a silly little thing where her husband is a huge masochist and is like, oh no, she got divorced with her husband. Then her husband gets hit by the androphobic girl, comes back to her and says, my dear, someone hit me in the face today. But I realized that I didn't like it unless it was from you. Please take me back.
Oh no. As long as everyone's happy.
it works somehow. It's great. And then there's the little sister who is as tall as the big brother at this point. And she's like, hello, brother of mine. I would like to learn about your store and gain intel about your friends at the store because I don't know much. And I also want to be eventually capable of ruling the world because Mom is a very successful politician and will teach me how to rule the world.
Normal ambitions.
And as much as
I like how that was phrased, by the way.
which how do you mean?
Like a hello, sibling of mine.
Well, that's just how I talk, but like the little sister is honestly one of the nicer characters. She's a sweet little she's a very sweet child who is as tall as her brother and has a very frighteningly well crafted ability to manipulate people to doing what she wants. Like, she spends one day as like an internship or like just a work study at the family restaurant. Everyone just assumes she's part of the crew because she's as tall as the main character. And she immediately figures out how to get on the good side of every single one of the people there.
A tactician.
And she's like, this is easy. I don't with this ability to, get friends and influence people, I too shall be able to be a really cool politician and rule the world, just like Mom does. Yay!
Everybody wants to rule the world.
Well, you know what they say. Turn your back on Mother Nature.
You know what they say.
Long pause.
What do they say?
I don't
Wouldn't
know.
you like this
I
stuff,
know.
boy?
I know what they say. You only get one set of permanent teeth.
Ah.
Although I'm not sure how applicable that is to this situation.
Not if you take other people's teeth and graft them into your own flesh. Surrender your molars.
I have at least 4 I can give you. That's a lie. They didn't even offer for me to keep mine. So bitter.
Well, you know what they say. You develop them again in 7 years.
Sure hope not. They're expensive.
You know what they say. Unfortunately, they say it in a language
God.
you do not understand.
Just gave me like a really cursed idea. Like, what if like you did regrow teeth after 7 years and you periodically shed them like a shark does, but you need to go to the dentist every time?
Well, having to go to the dentist would probably be the worst part. I think I'd like being able to shed teeth every 7 years because my teeth are degrading.
That's fair.
Yeah. Like, my teeth are shedding, so it's time to go to the dentist again. It's like, oh no.
I'm not having a good time drawing this crown. We're gonna steal the other crown and we're gonna cheat a little.
Well, you know what they say. Cheaters never prosper.
You know what they
and you
say?
know who says that? You know who says that?
Well, yeah.
The losers. Winners
Sorry,
don't do
cats are
drugs
chewing
unless
on
it's...
the stuff.
Winners don't do drugs unless it's steroids. Then winners do lots of drugs.
Okay, I'm literally gonna steal this perspective of the crown and warp it a little and then change it up and yeah, it'll be good. It'll be easier. Yay, shortcuts! Woo!
If you were offered them, would you wear clown shoes?
Once or twice. Ace says, what do you think the Tooth Fairy does? Real. And Ace says, some dentists being paid by the teeth would be reasonable if that was real. What do you mean? Like, the more teeth that the person successfully keeps, the more they get paid? Or something else worse?
I don't know, maybe if you're a fairy, teeth are like currency or something.
Apparently.
It's all fun and games till the bone fairy shows up.
Mm-hmm. The larger and more aggressive bone fairy. Put a sharpen filter here. Yes. Yes. How was your day, Fury?
Well, I guess it is starting to wind down now, so it's been okay. I finished pencils for the second page of the comic that I'm working on. I'm not sure if you've seen it yet.
Skateboard.
That one, yes.
Skateboard. Oh, he says that their family went to a dentist that was actually paid by teeth pulled. That's horrifying. That's horrifying. That's scary. I don't like that. And Viv says, the Tooth Fairy is building an empire out of teeth. She will unleash the Tooth Army when we least expect it. Understandable. Anything for the Queen.
Have you ever seen Teen Titans Go, where like they have their own version of the Tooth Fairy?
I have pretty minimal exposure to Teen Titans Go, but do feel free to share.
This version of the Tooth Fairy eats teeth. He just thinks that they taste good.
Wait a minute. I think I've seen a clip of one of the characters preparing to square up against them by training to eat teeth.
Yeah, they actually, like, in that episode, Raven actually is able to get her friend's teeth back by challenging, like, the Tooth Fairy to an eating contest, where they both eat teeth.
Ew.
Why do they keep making
that show is kind of bonkers.
Yeah.
They should just make us a new season of the OG Teen Titans.
Both should exist, I think.
Perhaps.
And I totally get why everyone was totally freaked out by the complete disregard of the original canon, too, you know?
It also is quite upsetting that, you know, Teen Titans Go has existed for longer than the, like, original Teen Titans and Young Justice.
Yeah. It makes money. Kids like it.
Speaking of...
And Steven Universe and The Amazing World of Gumball and Courage the Cowardly Dog and any other...
Yeah, it's their annoying orange. And or SpongeBob.
Yeah, SpongeBob is more what I would like it to. Except... SpongeBob, I think, is going to have a longer cultural impact. I think once Teen Titans Go stops making money, people are going to forget about it, or it's going to be like Family Guy, where, like, some people will follow it, but no one's going to actually be, like, passionate about it. It's just going to be something that, you put on.
It is DC Family Guy, essentially.
Yeah.
Boy, howdy.
That's fair to say, yeah.
Though, if you want a real DC show that is worth watching because it is absolutely peak show by my standards, which are objectively the correct ones, the Green Lantern animated series.
Mm-hmm.
It is 2 seasons of very good... Oh, My Adventures with Superman is just Magical Girl Superman.
Nice. Nice.
It is Sailor Krypton.
You're killing me.
It's great. I love it. My favorite part about My Adventures with Superman has to be that you can power scale the various Supermen to eternity and back and do whatever you want in that regard. But I'm pretty sure My Adventures with Superman's Clark Kent is the first time he has managed to rizz up Lois Lane in episode 1, not even as Superman, but as Clark Kent.
Ugh, based.
As goofy little, like, baby boy Clark Kent, he has managed to rizz up his Lois Lane. And
Well, I mean,
mean-
look at the character design for that Clark Kent. He's a very charming-looking guy.
he is basically... I also love that it's Studio Mir, so they have a very Voltron Legendary Defender / Legend of Korra art style. So one of the characters, who is a villain, looks exactly like a Galra soldier for a bit, until he gets scrunched up into like the most funny looking face I have ever seen. And yes, I'm going to find the image of it, and I'm going to send it over. Give me a second.
I think Clark Kent always should have been, like, good at getting ladies just because he's so unnasty compared to the men that he works with usually.
The thing is,
He's always been a genuine nice guy.
yes, it's Superman for the bisexuals. Exactly, Vivian. That is such a correct statement.
Oh, I love that.
It's
Superman for
it's,
bisexuals, yes.
the reason I like it is because, like, in normal circumstances, Lois Lane is already very successful and very cool and very, like, you know, I don't know what the term would be. She's like
Girl bossing.
sassy. She's girl bossing
girl
in
bossing.
almost every other continuity.
Nice.
In this version, though, she's girl failing.
Aww.
And she's a tomboy who's girl failing, but also girl bossing in certain aspects of her existence. But it is usually Clark Kent is like too much of a goofy goober for Lois to even see him at all. Like normally he is not even within her gaze.
He's beneath her.
He is
That's what
not
the bisexuals
on her,
want.
he's not on her league yet. But Superman immediately, boom, peak male.
True.
But like in this one, Lois is just a silly little tomboy with, you know, goofy and like it's one of the very rare cases where Lois like isn't the best at the start, and it takes Clark Kent for her to be like, man, maybe I'm doing things wrong. But then, you know, she keeps doing things her way anyway. And a lot of people don't like this Lois Lane.
It's almost like they wrote her as a character instead of an objective. Weird.
Well, in other stories, she's also a very character, but like in this one, she's very much the cause of problems.
It's almost like characters do that.
I like that version of Lois Lane. She's just like, cute tomboy.
Yes, no, she's peak Lois Lane. Don't get me wrong. I am. Yeah, they made her with room to grow. Whereas in other Superman stories, she's already hit her like
Self-realized.
girl. She's self-realized girl boss mode. But this time she's, sassy girl who's like, I will have to learn to be girl bossin'. And in fact, there's an entire episode dedicated to the fact that every other Lois Lane has managed to out girl boss her in their lives. And she's the one falling behind, and she's like, "Aw."
Is that like a multiversal thing?
Yeah, they have like one episode of a multiversal thing, and then they stop because everybody's sick of the multiverse at this point.
Yeah.
Anyway, I need to find the goofy Superman versus Ivo image.
Yeah, like my favorite line from that entire show is still like, was I a crab?
Oh yes, there's a bit where Mr. Mixie Spitalik, who I don't really like the version of this time around because he's too anime, like Studio Mirror type goofy and not, Gilbert Gottfried. But in that one, he basically like shows like Clark, like, oh, you're just mild-mannered Clark Kent. Spoiler alert, buddy. You are Superman in every single universe, and with each time he snaps his fingers, Clark changes into a different version of him. Like, from this universe, universe 15, the weird universe, and then he turns Clark back into regular in-universe Clark. So he's like, was I a crab?
That's good.
But it's so good, bro. It's My Adventures of Superman is so goofy.
Good.
And I love it so much. But as I was before the diatribe about
Crabs.
best Superman show, second best Superman show, Green Lantern the animated series was such a good show.
Mm-hmm.
Just such a good show. It has, and I hate what they did with Green Lantern in every other like animated capacity, because this is the Hal Jordan Green Lantern, who is the original Green Lantern who has like the most stories to his name.
Okay.
In animated series Green Lantern, he is a suave, like Daredevil type, and he is great, and Kilowog is great because he's like a jerk, but also he's like super hardball drill sergeant who's also the funniest guy and the chillest bro. And then they have two OCs they include in that series that have never been seen before. And one is a Red Lantern whose power is rage and anger, and he is the edgiest boy. The edgiest boy. So much so, I will give you a chance to guess his name.
Raging Lantern.
No, his name is Razor.
Right. Okay.
Because he's edgy.
Yeah. Yeah. Da.
And there's I think the second episode of the series, or like the second arc, is literally called Razor's Edge.
No. Of course.
And it's all about the fact that he's conflicted over the fact that he thought he killed everyone on the planet when he realized, like, oh, the planet was destroyed, but the people were saved. You didn't actually do murder.
Yeah.
But he's like, no, in my heart, I still killed all those people. Even if I didn't actually kill those people, I should die for my crimes. Like, I know what I did was wrong, but you Green Lanterns are also the enemy who destroyed my entire sector with your evil, like, robot people. So you are still my enemy, but I understand what I have done is wrong. And that I am angry, but like, misplaced anger. But I will not fight you because I've done evil, whatnot. And I resign myself to this fate of being eaten by evil spiders.
Wait. We traveled there a bit.
The prison was run by evil spiders that eat people.
Okay.
And he's like, I deserve this. I did all these wrong things. Like, yeah, if you did all these wrong things, make up for it.
I kind of like it without the context. Just like that is why I resign myself to be eaten by evil spiders.
Bro wants to die instead of having a character arc.
And to which Hal Jordan's like, nah, you're getting the character arc, screw you. And then we have the robot girl, Aya, who's like, I am the ship's navigational computer, but also a living being that no one realizes is a living being until the end of the series, when they realize that she's a living being, when she tries to destroy all living beings because, Razor breaks up with her.
Oh.
It's great. It's such a good show, man. I am going to put you in a box, and in the box we are going to watch the show. Once I figure out a good time. Which is the real problem.
Tee.
How's your weekend looking?
Very busy. I am kind of swamped for the next maybe half a week.
Month. Oh. Plus. I will get you. I'll get you yet.
I'm uncatchable. Oh.
I'll get you yet, little otter, and your little. Wait, no, that doesn't work. I'll think of something clever. Don't worry about it.
Hey, can you do the Dr. Claw voice?
I don't have any good voices.
Next time, Connor. Next time.
Nice.
I have no idea how that sounds. Please don't play it back for me.
I wouldn't. Can I just mask this? Just mask this, right? Yeah, mask this.
Okay, I found it. Oh, come on. It's a single frame, but it's the funniest frame I've ever seen in this series.
Ooh, Akko's in chat. She said, "Guess who's back on their gay shit?" Good for you. Heck yeah.
I'm not
Are
back
we
on
playing
it.
the
Still on it.
games?
What we
playing
say?
games?
Gaming with a Y. Pretty sure I'm good to collapse that folder. Ah, Akko got their pooter back.
They got their what now? Oh, the computer! Yay!
Yeah.
Also, behold the glorious single frame.
Where am I looking? VC2.
VC2.
T2?
Oh. It's very cool. It's very nicely drawn.
It's so funny because it goes from. This is the image of him getting himself scrunched because he didn't have enough power.
Ah.
The context is his suit runs on kinetic energy, and like, if you turn off the external battery and you don't hit it enough, it literally starts sapping the strength from the user because it needs power to run.
Okay.
So it just scrunches him back like that, and his entire suit gets turned into crunch.
Literally collapsing that very moment.
Exactly.
Clark
just
of like go ahead.
Parasite's like, I get stronger the more you punch me, you fool. You'll never beat me. To which Clark is like, yeah, but what if I didn't punch you? What if I just, I can fly. What if I just hovered a few feet away from you at all times? To which the guy's like, no, wait, you can't do that. Get back here. I need to punch you in order to be able to live. And then he gets crunched into, like... It's basically like taking an aluminum can and crunching it up. Except he's the aluminum can.
Scrunch, crunch, 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 crunch.
So, I remember, like, when I was watching Centaur World, I paused it randomly, and it was on this frame, and I just thought it was so funny.
What frame?
I love Centaur World.
That is a profile pic.
I kept thinking that it would be like a really good like reaction image for like a visible ace confusion or something like that.
Oh, fantastic. Big agree. It's almost a good font. Wish this R was wider. The hard thing about seeing if I can just use a font, like getting away with using a font, is that it's considered bad form to alter the font after you use it, so either I find something that fits perfectly, or I hand draw this. Nope, 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 nope. Maybe... I don't hate this. Can I... yeah, character spacing. Okay. This text white. Halo it. Click. See, what font is this? This is Calandra, or, oh no, Candera bold. Rasterize. For brightness to opacity, now it is just line art. Magic. You a little. I want to hug the R. Boop. Okay.
They keep posting more Minecraft movie things, and it's all cursed.
When is that movie gonna come out? I feel like we've been waiting, despite getting so many, like, thorough peeks of it, like, forever now.
I'm gonna be real, I think that movie should just stay in the closet.
Man... I don't know, man. Like, people love Detective Pikachu. People love the Sonic movies. Like, I don't see much of a difference for hating on the Minecraft movie, except for the excessive use of celebrities. Like, that I totally get as, like, come on, man. Give us something new.
I kind of like the idea of, like, doing a Minecraft movie in the same way that they did a Tetris movie, where it was really more about, like, the development of the game rather than about the game.
Yeah, no. That's not a bad take at all. Viv says they think the world would be better off without the Minecraft movie. Yeah, valid. I'm just kind of at the point where I look at the Minecraft movies hate, and I look at the hate for movies of the same ilk that have come out, and I'm just like, I don't understand why we hate this but not this. Pointing at each, different property. They are the same.
It is for the funny, no other reason.
I mean, I kind of had, like, similar feelings about, like, various, like, cartoons, like Thundercats Roar. Just like, I get that I'm supposed to be offended that this exists, but I don't understand why.
People want you to be offended, but they don't tell you why.
I just don't like its vibe.
That's valid. I saw a lot of people having a knee-jerk reaction to the Minecraft movie trailers, quote-unquote accuracy to Minecraft, and then everyone realized, oh, they're doing Minecraft Legends stuff. Like, way later, like, after everyone hated on it and was, like, done with it, then people went back and were like, oh, Minecraft Legends has a blue portal. But that was, like, well after the mob had already, like, walked off to go maul some other piece of media.
Yeah, outrage tourists.
Yeah. Like, don't get me wrong, I hate big companies, too. I think we need original content more than anything right now. It's just, the standards are weird to me. I'm not championing for the company, I'm championing for how we are behaving as people. Viv says, yeah, the celebrities don't help it. Also, like Minecraft already has a defined animation style they use in trailers, make a movie like that. Studios would rather budget for celebrity actors than animators and scriptwriters. Big true. Big true.
I suppose is the nature of the movie's development, much less than the movie.
That's valid.
That people are hopping on the bandwagon to destroy.
Mm-hmm.
Man, I love these newfangled manga where the premise is really cool and I like the manga a lot, but then like the title of the manga is some obscenely long nonsense that I cannot replicate in my mind. Thus making me have to search it the hard way.
I mean, a lot of the times, if it's at least semi-popular in the US, people, like, come up with shortened versions for it.
Indeed. But this one is new and has 3 chapters, so...
Viv says that if they were directing the Minecraft movie, it would be filmed entirely in-game, like a machinima. That's cute. I'd show up for that. If I were making a Minecraft movie, I probably want it to be handled similar to the Lego movies. Like maybe
we could even get Keegan and Sarah to do the soundtrack for that too. Which I have to be like the one of like maybe like 7 people worldwide that like saw that like Tegan and Sarah were contributing to the soundtrack and was really excited about it.
I'm pretty sure that my parents actually got to meet Tegan and Sarah because they have been brushing elbows with the Canadian indie music scene for a good while now.
Yeah, probably met them then.
Yeah. They used to frequent the Radio 3 blog, and so they became such good buddies with people there, and at the time my stepdad was big into photography, so a lot of the times they would end up with free tickets to things, or like press tickets to things to come and do photography for the bands. It's really cute. Lizzie says, if I were directing the Minecraft movie, it would just be a remake of the stop-motion animated Lego Minecraft movies. Based.
You can get like Leica to like work on it or something. I don't know.
Ooh.
A Minecraft movie that looks like Coraline or something.
Now, Leica strictly does physical stop-mo, I think, though. So, how difficult would it be to do blocky IRL stop-mo, or would it be easier? Maybe. Viv says that they like how the Western translation of Dungeon Meshi's title is longer than the original title, so everyone just calls it Dungeon Meshi. Real. We all know. We all know.
Delicious in Dungeon.
Yeah. They could have just called it Delicious Dungeon, but I guess that might imply to people that they're, like, eating the bricks.
I mean, they are, but that's besides the point.
You're right. There's at least one bit where there's, like, a mimic made of, like, wall or something.
Yep, it's wall bricks food. And then Shiro's like, Laios, why are you eating the brick? Like, oh, it's not a brick, it's a living creature that we manipulated into the shape of a brick.
Ugh.
I like that in the end, his title becomes "He who devours all evil things."
Yeah. He's got that autistic riz to him. This is crunch.
I wonder if they would crunch it. I feel like it would taste more like clay.
Are you tasting clay?
No. I mean, I've grabbed clay in my hand, and I guess that translates to an idea of what the texture would be like in my mouth, so...
Only so much.
Let's be real. If you've taken a pottery class, you've wondered what clay tastes like.
Ah, Rizzaroni's in my chat. Hey, how you doing? I hope you're having a good day.
The person.
Points at you. Points at reference, points at you.
It's you.
It's you.
Wait, we need to introduce the I need to make an emote of myself doing the Wojak pointing meme.
Actually, why don't I have an emote for that?
Good question. You should rectify that.
Yeah, I hope you're having a good day. I hope things are going well.
Now listen here, Hot Rod. Are you Excalibur coded? I think not. Stay in your lane.
I don't know about you, but I in fact am stuck in a rock. So I would say that I am Excalibur coded.
Yeah, well, I'm between your rock and a hard place, so how about that? Ever consider that?
Wow, I'm sorry to hear about that, Doodle.
Got too real, man. You made it too
Presumably,
real.
a mimic still has something equivalent to composing its body, but considering most of them have tentacles, perhaps they're closer to an octopus in terms of taste. I'm thinking too much about this. Oh no, there are mimics in Dungeon Meshi. The mimics in Dungeon Meshi are crab.
I want to taste so bad.
The cleaners, who are the bricks in Dungeon Meshi, are a sort of amoeba-like creature / tadpole-like creature from what I saw of them. So I guess they taste like whatever building material you have. I guess they taste like dry fondant. They'd have that texture.
I mean, whatever keeps you alive, I guess. Dinner is dinner. Also, Riz says, day's been good but slow because they are watching over their niece. Heck yeah. Children are little monsters. And I say that with much affection in my heart. I love,
They are little guys.
I love kids that I get to return to their parents. I would not want to actually full-time be a parent ever, but, watching them for a little bit and then going, okay, here you go. That's yeah.
That is my take on it as well. They're fun until you have to tend to their needs and deal with
still...
Well, actually, that's fine too, but...
Yeah, still tend to their needs, but just not have the permanent commitment.
Yeah.
Hold on,
Insert joke about me being great with commitment because I commit crimes all the time here.
Alright, there's my polyline tool. Boop, 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 boop,
You a smooth criminal, Noah?
No, I'm fairly rough. Tee.
Tee.
I am not the sound of a crescendo.
Man, that could almost be like a character name, like Chris Endo.
Yeah, my name is Chris Endo.
What music do you play, Chris? Loud.
All of it.
As loud as I
Just
can get.
just the loud part.
Mhm. Okay. Just some of them.
What rides would they have at the Minecraft park? They'd have that one super absurd, like, minecart rocket thing where, you know, it starts off and you go in a circle and you speed up and gain velocity and accelerate, and then they finally hit the switch that sends you flying.
Specifically into a pool of lava.
Yep. Which could be water. You don't know. Water.
It's Orangeade.
Ooh.
Oh, good. Citrus acid burns. My favorite.
Right in your eyes.
Mm.
Okay.
A pox upon all cat allergies.
Oh.
I can't believe I get punished for giving, you know, old Nimbus a pat.
This is the cruel ironies of the cat boy being allergic to cats.
I'm a walking contradiction. I should not be alive.
You want us to put you out of your misery? Don't answer.
If it
Don't
were it so easy.
Pick your answer wisely.
Were it so easy.
Keys?
Who's jingling keys?
Oh, no, that was my clipboard.
Aw. I was ready to hear that jingle, 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 jingle.
Hey, you know like how some metal clipboards have the little like a pull-out hangy thingy on them?
Like the loop? Or
Kind of like you know how like they hang on like a display rack in the store, like it's got one of those things.
Not a hundo on
I'm
that.
probably not describing it very well. But yeah, there's just like a little loose metal bit that pops out on like my clipboard, and it rattles if I shake the clipboard too much. Which sometimes I do because there's like eraser crud.
That's fair. Alright, change image resolution. Let's go double.
Well, I do like the idea that I'm like entertaining your chat by jingling keys in front of them.
No, you're entertaining me.
Whoa.
You know what?
I don't know, does that entertain you?
Distracted.
I can do it again if it does.
That depends on whether or not our patience is waning.
Who's Wayne?
He's Garth's best friend.
Connor's going to go 3D and change your name to Con Nerd, pattern depending.
You can't patent me. You can pat me, but you can't patent me.
We can indeed.
Goody.
Wait, where's that? There it is.
You can't find it.
Yes, I can. Which says you.
You couldn't find my throne page.
I found it eventually, and now there's something on there that you should probably check at some point.
Uh-oh. Clearly I need to check and see if my alert for that still functions. Okay, people. Hi. Must make a visit to the PAT office and send in an application. Oh, that's a good one. Fantastic.
Well, with this simple trick that most banks hate, you can get your PAT application filled out very quickly. Banks hate him. Learn how this one dude used one simple trick involving a ski mask and a shotgun to get free money.
Oh no. Smothering you with a
Banks
pillow.
hate this trick.
One weird
Hate
trick.
that trick. I know what that trick is.
One weird trick discovered by a mom.
No, these are actually clickbait ads that I can get behind. Like, okay. Yeah,
You
these
won't
actually do work
believe.
as advertised.
You won't believe one simple trick to garner people's attention.
You can
Once
just
you've learned it.
you can just scream in public. It's not illegal.
It depends on what you say.
Just a primal guttural yell.
Scream like a demon and like in public, and you'll get people's attention.
Exactly. You get
just
me.
get an air horn.
Doctors
just
hate
get
him.
an air horn that
Discover
does
this
not
one trick the
make
apple
the air
farmer
horn
found to
noise, but
keeping them
instead
at bay.
it goes newt newt really loud.
Newt newt.
Neighbors have an air horn. It's really annoying.
Newt newt.
It's like that 3-0 song. Nice legs, Daisy Dukes makes a man go
Newt
newt newt.
I don't know if the neighbors who used to have this still live near us, but during Halloween, they used to actually have a small, literal train horn that they would blow for ambiance. Like an actual, honest to God, this would normally be attached to a small train.
That's incredible. You know, if I were like a homeowner and I would want to get like an air raid siren for Halloween.
Oh my god. That is so
Like,
chaotic.
Those actually sound kind of horrifying.
They do have an ambience to them. Okay, I'm probably gonna want to do the background when we shrink the canvas. What happens if I increase... Ooh, okay, texture density is, how thick the dottage is. Okay. Viv says that they found a weird YouTube genre of this guy who had a tornado siren in his backyard for some reason, plugging it into his computer and playing various songs on it. I think I've seen... it may have been Caramel Dancin' on that person's siren, which is a very good pick. A very good pick.
I'll forever associate that song now with like that Caramel Dancing not playing in the other room thing.
Oh, okay, I did...
Yeah.
Okay, there's that scene in Spirited Away after Haku gets, I think, poisoned? It's like right after is her name Chihiro pulls out like the little curse slug from his mouth as a dragon, and then he's like laying there with blood surrounding him face down in like the underbelly of the bathhouse. I took a screenshot of that scene, cleaned up some of the parts that I needed to clean up, and then edited flashing lights into it. So there's a Caramel Dancin' version of that on YouTube. That's my contributions to society.
That and sus lich.
Yay!
Do 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 do.
Okay, I do want to make the outline on this bigger, so we're gonna pop it onto a new layer, drop a white background behind it, merge down, halo effect, it's almost good except for the fuzzies that are there.
Why is Yakko Warner dripped out?
Why not?
I mean,
Don't be a hater.
That is entirely valid, but still.
Yakko wears so many little outfits. I like Yakko. Okay. Once I shrink the canvas back down, we should be good. Did I? Hold on. Can I just? Yes. Okay. That was just extra stuff. Okay. Rasterize. Dark brightness to opacity. That might be too much. Hold on. Let's go back. Drop you down to 2. Edit. Brightness to opacity. It feels more right. Viv says they saw one where it was the Citadel from Half-Life 2 being lit up with disco lights. Fantastic. Okay.
Not the E.
E.
The E at the end.
E. Well, that's one of my my stream redeems too.
I know.
E. Image resolution.
Now you must all suffer.
You're gonna make everyone else look at it.
Everybody's gotta look at it, provided I have the bits.
Haha, no clams. No clams for you.
I have enough.
Uh-oh.
I am not without resources.
There he is. I spent so long finding a bunch of, like, Yucko, like, merchandise to turn to PNGs, and then, like, photoshopping them all to be transparent for that.
Sometimes the silliest things require the strongest of wills.
And I do it again.
People have very strong wills, it's just facts.
Artists. It's always the artists.
Yeah, exactly. Artists are very silly people.
The madness of an artist is not to be underestimated. There we go.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, nobody would ever do that. That's too silly. And nobody's that silly, right?
Me, the silliest soldier. Okay, I'm gonna do something weird. We're gonna open
That's me?
the same canvas size. I'm gonna cut that canvas size in half now. Change image resolution. Because I can't change the size of the individual dots in this brush, which is a mild irritant, but we work with it. But now, I work on the half-sized canvas. We can drag it back in and duplicate its scale. Peepo says, millennial cartoonists were born in the silly, molded by it.
We did not see seriousness until we were already an adult.
True.
And by then, it was nothing to us but cringe.
It's nothing but a costume that we put on to get a salary.
Exactly.
Seriousness is nothing but a costume which we can put on and take off.
You are stuck in the suit. We can take it off. We still have access to the zipper.
Me putting on putting on my businessman fursuit for the day.
Just imagining you having that is like really funny.
It's like in the original Shrek movie when there's a guy wearing like a giant Farquaad bobblehead outside the castle. It's that guy.
And that's you just have like one of those, but it's like a businessman suit.
Yep.
You know, it would probably be just easier if you just had like a suit. Just like, no, that's silly. What are you talking about?
Excellent. Okay. Let's do switch new layer. Copy. Nope. And double the resolution of this. Your edges. Yep.
Hey, Connor,
Hi. That's me.
what? Why in the hell did I draw fingernails on a hand that's gonna have gloves later?
Because you didn't stop yourself when you had the chance.
You wanted to see if you could.
It was in defiance of those who said you couldn't.
I like that answer.
They said it couldn't be done. They said gloves with nails would never catch on, but you showed them. You showed them all.
I kind of feel like I played myself.
You did.
Like a dang fiddle.
We just played you like the cheap kazoo that you are.
I am a cheap kazoo.
But what if you weren't? What if you were an expensive oboe?
Oh.
I will write that down in calligraphy and put it up on my wall as an inspirational quote. You, Fury Scribbles, are an expensive oboe.
As you should.
I'm going to forget what that means with in the next week or so, but I'll have it there.
My number one favorite absurdist anime, Obo Bobobo.
Yes. Speaking of absurdism,
That was very strange, and it's kind of amazing.
As it should be.
If you like that one, you might also like a one called Sexy Commando. I don't know if you've seen that one.
I haven't heard of this before.
I think you could actually watch it on YouTube.
Oh.
I don't think there's ever been an official English release, but there have been fan translations of it.
Okay.
wait, is this the guy? Is this the same guy who does the swimming thing?
How do you like my swim?
Not.
That's Golden Boy.
Oh yeah, Golden Boy is great.
Mm-mm.
I know
Sexy
very
Commando?
little of Golden Boy except that one bit with the swimming and the one bit where they put either gas or deja vu over the one bit of him racing that one girl with a bike, and he has a bicycle. And then that episode ends with the girl being like, "Dang, you are the only guy I respect. Let me smash."
That's his whole character goal, right? Is that his whole thing is that he's just trying to hit it, right?
Not really. His whole character goal is I'm gonna be a cool guy or something, and he basically bumbles around helping people with their psychological issues through completely nonsensical means.
Okay. So he's chaotic stupid, is what I'm hearing.
He's chaotic stupid, yeah.
He is chaotic stupid. Yeah, Sexy Commando though, it's this guy that just discovers the ultimate martial art, and he it consists of mainly dropping his trousers, and then people look away and say what are you doing? And then he punches them when they're distracted.
That has the same energy as that one post that's just run at the person who's breaking into your house in full commando. So they'll probably run away.
Yep.
His outfit consists of a long underwear shirt with these weird gold shoulder things, and he calls the gold shoulder things his charm points, and
That's cute.
he's actually able to do some stuff that logically he shouldn't be able to.
That's just anime though.
True.
No, it's also one of those shows where he's the only really weird thing in it. Yeah, there's people charge up to him and like start punching the hell out of him, and then like there's like a plush bunny where he was, and like just like you hear him laughing presumably off screen, and he's like the sexy commando substitution technique, and then like everybody's looking around trying to figure out where he is, and then like he takes the bunny head off and like he's like beat up like underneath it, and he's just got this smug like yeah I outwitted you guys look on his face.
I still got my teeth knocked in, but you didn't know it was me. Clearly, I have won.
Yeah, it does have that energy. Like, and meanwhile, like his like sidekick is like, you haven't substituted anything.
Oh, he's the straight man.
Good.
That reminds me that like working has a spinoff. And it's just as goofy, in which the main character in this time around is a guy who has to get a job because his dad's business went under. So he gets the job, and the quirky characters in this spin-off are his coworker, who is terrible at cooking, so much so that anyone she gives chocolates to either dies, gets their like, or has some degree of like personality rearrangement to the point where it actually became a plot point or like a get out of crisis free card for one of the characters, because they were like, yes, he just ate one of the chocolates, don't worry about it, this is why he's acting up. Then you have a guy who is in a laughable amount of debt and is constantly whimpering and like basically in the most sopping wet cat vibes ever, because his dad incurred an obscene amount of debt, and he also ended up like getting the anger of the rich girl who is the debtor's daughter. So and then it's the debtor's daughter who's like, I'm a rich girl, but I work at this specific family restaurant specifically to torment this boy who broke my heart as kids.
Rude.
And so the reason our boy is so absurdly like pitiful and whimpery is because as kids, his father suggested that, hey, son, if you married this girl, it would wipe our debts. And at the time, the boy was much more, of a normal person and kind of like, not like lacking in self-esteem, but like more assertive. And he's like, that's a terrible idea. You're a horrible father. I'm not going to do that to her for you. But then the girl herself offers the option because she likes him. And he's like, no, I'm not doing that because that's what my father would want, and that's cringe. Which she interprets as, I don't like you. So she's like, woman scorned time. And thus the entire series just has our poor boy suffer because of that one decision. But then one day, they offer him like the opportunity, like, what if you instead started speaking like treating her as you did when you were kids? And he's like, haha, that's a terrible idea, she would murder me. And like, if I behaved the way I did before, she'd murder me. And she's so angry right now, and she's so much more scary right now because I understand the depths of the debt and stuff I'm in. And it's to the point where the rich girl has a pair of bodyguards that follow her around at all times. And it is revealed that the bodyguards aren't for her. She is more than capable of taking care of herself. The bodyguards are there to ensure that she doesn't accidentally kill the guy before he pays off his debts. And eventually, they convince him to start talking to her as he did as a child. And she gets so perturbed by this because on the one hand, this is what she wanted this whole time. She hates that he's become a whimpering loser, and she wishes he'd treat her the way that he used to when they were friends. But at the same time, she's got an image to upkeep. She's like, how dare you talk to me like this? Like, who do you think you are? To which everyone's like, yeah, about that. He ate the girl's chocolates, so he may have been like, he may have, in desperation due to his poverty, eaten some of the chocolates that this girl made. To which, Richie's like, makes sense. Carry on.
Was it a lie?
It was entirely a lie. But because even he's not that stupid. He's not that desperate.
Understandable.
But then there's like another pair who are a guy who feels himself haunted by this girl who can see ghosts but doesn't believe in ghosts.
That's always a good bit.
And her mother, who is a spirit medium who can not see ghosts but is, a spirit medium, and she's like, yeah, you may or may not be haunted by my daughter. And eventually they find out that like in this spin-off series, all the guys are haunted by a girl of some kind. And by haunted, we mean suffering under the thumb of.
Understandable.
And it's so goofy. It's so stupid.
Mm-hmm.
It's I'm going to put you in a room and make you watch it with me.
That has been the threat of the day.
Look, man, I am doing so, like, I am pointing a gun to your head, but at the same time, my face is like a sopping, like,
moistened
it's
beast.
It's like, it is a sopping, wet, sad little thing with like the snot going down the nose and like the big old crocodile tears of like, please.
Mm-hmm.
The rain is pouring. The world's smallest violin is playing. This is the degree to which the quote unquote threat is happening.
Mm-hmm.
Hold on. I'm going to try to draw this now.
Oh,
Of course.
the sopping Noah.
As one
Yes.
should. If you see a goofy representation, an idea, you should obviously make a doodle of it, because you can. Because God can't stop you.
Okay, I'm not sure if there's anything else this ref needs. This might be done here.
Where's the...
Hmm.
Do you have, like, a watermark?
When I upload it, yeah, but like just in general, you could consider putting a pair of like sport stripes on the shorts. Bring the yellow back in for a little return of color.
Yeah, sports stripes. They make the shorts go faster.
And nothing else. So then they are pulled by the shorts.
Red cars go faster. The real question is, would the commissioner
It's just logic.
enjoy having stripies?
Does it give Riz vibes?
+2 to Riz value. Alright. I'll do it on their own layer, so if I show them...
And they do not care for it.
Yes. It's literally a press a button and they're gone.
Erased from existence. Never to be seen again.
Snapped. Okay.
Mr. Connor, I don't feel so good.
I don't want to get too loud.
Have you guys played the Subspace Emissary, like the single player campaign of Smash Brothers Brawl?
Nope.
Dang. Then the reference will be lost. There's a night enemy that enters with the sound oh oh oh,
Ah.
and as they do that, I found the sound so amusing that I co-opted it, and every time my cousins came over, I'd be like, I'd make the noise and take my stuffed tiger, who is also a pillow. Not a pillow pet, it's a different thing. But
Off-brand pillow pet.
it's not, it doesn't like turn into a pillow, it's just a pillow that is in the shape of a stuffed tiger.
Understandable.
And I just like bring it above them, blocking the light from them, casting a grim shadow, and just make that noise, and they'd run away because it's silly.
Oh, fantastic. It's good stuff.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll poke at this just a little bit more before stream end. Look at this Leviticus. Look at this stink man.
Yes.
Yes.
It's there.
So it's going to be like a Noah arc. And Stink Man, yes.
If you would like the actual reference of my character, I can maybe find one that's legitimate
I said
and
stink man.
shoot it over.
There's no need to feel down.
I'm a little far along, I got to admit, especially since this
worry
is like
not. Worry not. If you don't need it, then no worries.
I might want it in the future, though.
Then I shall give it to you anyway. Because why not?
Simply to have.
It's a little me. I want you to have it.
It's a me.
Oh boy. I love it when I'm like, here, let me send you something, and then I can't find the thing.
What if?
Okay, you'll find it.
What if you wanted to share a thing, but your file search said no?
Then I'd be sad.
Here we are,
Not
folks.
much.
Yeah, like
Sad Noah.
Noah arc in the rain, holding a gun, and crying.
An image of myself for you to have.
Begging you to put your loving hand down, darling.
Riding high when I was king. And now this thing is broken to hell. Here you go. It's me, myself, female me, and the creator of Noah. Provided it's sent. There you go, Skullbert.
Yes.
We need to put more leaves on this
Okay.
roof. More leaves, more leaf litter. Dirty this place up.
I need to update my ref sheet though. Just slightly. There's not much
I
to
actually
change.
started working on one.
See, that's a really cool idea, and I totally would, were it not for the fact that I'm not doing so.
Yeah, get to it.
Man. That sure is a thing that I should do, right? I just think
Did my drawings of my character's naked, featureless body, and it feels really weird.
yes, the Ken doll.
The Ken doll is an important part of the process. We do not disparage the Ken doll phase. God, being in middle school and practicing drawing, then people going up to you and going, why are they naked? That's kind of weird. I'm going to grip you entirely within one fist.
Alright, So here you go, Noah, and I'm sorry in advance.
Do not
Advanced.
apologize. Apologies are for those who are sorry. We are not sorry.
Hot Rod says, need more Connor serenading chat. The problem is I don't know a lot of actual song lyrics. I usually only know, like, the most known riff of a song, and I'm just like, okay, I'm done.
Alright, so guest VC2?
I'm gonna yoink that and
Oh. Fury, can I drag drop this onto stream?
Yes.
give him the sopping wet no.
Hit them with that wobble sound effect. Soulful little eyes.
You had to like do Noah arc to really like sell the image here.
Mm-hmm.
Look, man, you can't be real me.
This Noah is gonna get pneumonia, and I'm not gonna help.
It's okay.
Well, he's holding a gun at you,
Yeah,
so he deserves it.
I don't think Noah has the guts.
To do what? Pull the trigger.
You couldn't.
You'd never shoot me, he says. Says guy who has been shot 37 times. Famous last words.
Mm-hmm.
Wouldn't shoot me a 7th time.
You're right, I ran out of ammunition.
Real.
I had to resort to a slingshot.
Oh, okay.
I don't know. I'm just kind of like a low key, like imagining like this like a little dude is sort of like a black market arms dealer or something like that. Like people like in Hef like buy like a bazooka out of like this guy's trunk or something.
Sadly, Noah cannot come to Heatherev because they are a persona.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. We still love and appreciate the goober.
But I can make a legally distinct cat boy OC for Heathereb.
Ooh, I might have to do a recomposite on all of these trees, because they should be leaning way out in 3-point perspective compared to how I have
I
them.
don't have a purse, Alyssa, actually. Maybe I should get one. Just to have.
A purse? Yeah.
Why not? Who's gonna stop me? The fashion police?
No.
I don't recognize their authority.
No, purse thieves. That's why I don't like purses, they're too snatchable.
Well, the thing about that is, they can't stop me from obtaining a purse.
Yeah. That's not the implication.
They can simply stop me from persisting in my owning of a purse. I'm known for my legally distinct Catboy OC. Yes, this is not Noah Get the Duke. This is Nort.
Norton.
Norton, yes.
Norton, get the newt newt. Very different. You can tell by the slightly different shade of green. And the fact that I have a diamond-shaped hairpin instead of a heart.
Mm-hmm. Okay, maybe I want to stop showing that side of the building. 3-point perspective is fun.
No.
Yes.
No, it isn't. Well, it's fun until it's not.
Disagree with me again, and I'm going to hit you with lasers.
Joke's on you. I already suffer radiation. You can't out-radiation damage me.
We'll see about that, Catboy. We'll see.
I can't believe I've been discombobulated.
I could end stream anytime I want. I say, not ending stream. Nope. Nope.
Norton, get the newt.
Yes. Legally distinct cat boy.
Yeah, we appreciate cat boys in this house.
Very much so. Catboy haters, beware.
Mm-hmm.
If cat boys have no fans, I'm dead. If cat boys have one fan, it's... If cat boys have fans, I'm one of them.
If Catboys have fans, Mozart is definitely one of them.
Really?
There is, writings that say that Mozart would do things like, would, like, meow, and I think, like, at times prance around on all fours in certain situations. I think that's who I'm thinking of. I'm gonna Google this. Hold on.
I mean, what I've heard, Mozart was kind of a strange guy.
Okay, right here immediately, from Classic FM, here's the title. Mozart apparently liked to imitate cats. Okay. One of the lines in this document is, he was also known in many ways to be a bit of a fruitcake.
I've read that he had a kind of an annoying laugh.
Aww. Okay, quote, he'd be rehearsing an opera with singers when he'd suddenly grow bored and leap over tables and chairs, meowing and turning somersaults. The Catboy originator is Mozart, as far as I'm concerned.
This guy sounds incredible. You know, up until literally just a few seconds ago, one of my favorite Mozart things was there are two wolves inside you. Mozart had several wolves inside him. That was why he was called Wolfgang.
Nice. You know, I'm a fan of the concept that Mozart was just really autistic, but was popular enough to get away with whatever the fuck he wanted. He just had, like, unlimited, like, social permission to just be himself. It would make everything track in my mind. I'm so glad I remembered that right.
That legitimately does sound incredible, though.
You think about
I think
that?
my favorite Mozart thing is now just Mozart now.
Viv says, New Life will become popular enough to counteract the autism. You're not counteracting the autism, you're counteracting the social disapproval of autistic behaviors.
Yeah, exactly. Just like, what are you going to do? Like, tell Mozart to knock it off.
Yeah, I know, it's fucking Mozart. Eat shit.
Yeah, exactly. Eat shit. Like, if you tell Mozart to knock it off, they're gonna throw you out.
Become ungovernable. Oh, hell yeah. Second only to the popular concept of historical figure X was definitely autistic is also the here's a guy who literally never got married, because that can easily be here's a guy that never got married but had one male roommate his whole life, or here's a guy that just apparently never got married, never had children. That man was ace. That person was ace. Mm-hmm. We've been out here. We've just been unlabeled.
Yeah, like Dr. House used to cure us.
And then insult us to our face.
I don't know, just like
That is not what I wanted. Whoops. Incorrect. Let me see. Wormst is the thing that I wanted to send over to you guys.
I eated it. Munch, 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 munch.
Unfortunate.
But for real though, like there's like a quote from that same episode where it talks about like all like a human endeavor is in an effort to get laid or something like that, and just like, oh good lord, that is a fucking depressing idea.
Ugh. That would be a nightmare reality if it were real.
It's mostly to not die and keep going,
Yes.
more so than it is get laid.
Yeah, the whole point.
It's either
Oh, go ahead, go ahead.
not die, help other things die that aren't you, or get laid.
It's
There's a lot.
one of the reasons why in the current internet sphere, call-out posts and cancellations can be so devastating to people is because it is activating the same fight or flight response that a person would have if they were being kicked out of a tribe, which is, in nature, that is severely lowering your chance of survival. Now, there's a lot of other communities you can join in modern day. So, and also no one's saying, hey, you're not allowed to, have food, water, shelter. You're just, we don't like you anymore. It's, the same survival response of, oh no, I'm gonna die because of this, right? People will literally feel like they are doomed. And, sometimes people do stuff where that is the correct response, to give them. But, sometimes it happens for much lesser reasons. But the reaction will still be the same.
There you go, Fury. Refer to the VC2.
Beeps. I hear beeps. Beeps and boops.
I think I did what you would have. I think this is what you would have wanted.
Yes. Yes, it is. I approve of this. This pleases me.
You may enjoy it as well, Connor.
Yay! I'll probably leave it for after stream. We'll wrap up in the next few seconds.
Like a burrito?
That sounds tasty. Okay, let's see who else is alive. Well, live, not alive. Yeah.
I don't know, man.
Hmm?
I think it's time we told you
What?
the truth.
What?
This is the mediocre place.
It's
No one's alive here.
the medium place. Okay, we haven't rated Glottal in a bit, so that's who I'm picking.
Well, before we do that,
No, right now. I'm streamer, I say no. What?
oh look, we've rated
Hey,
Glottal.
yeah, this is
Yay.
your show. We have to do what you say.
Noah put,
We've succeeded
Noah
in
put me in the Glottal
rating
outfit.
Glottal. Just like you wanted, Connor.
Noah put me in the Glottal outfit. Okay.
We're gonna take his face off.
I could never take this face off, it's too good. So it looks like Glottal is currently playing an Itch Games bundle, in which the Prophet is part of the California fire relief efforts. Wow, what a stutter. So yeah, Glottal has some really good things cooking. Glottal is also fantastic vibes. I believe Glottal uses both they, them, and he, him pronouns. I'd say maybe hop in with they, them just to be safe. Bro is also a self-taught artist.
Remember to like, subscribe,
person.
ring that bell, comment on the video, follow me on Twitter,
No, that's so
subscribe to
long.
my Twitch, follow me on Tumblr, add me on Kick, friend me on Facebook,
What
follow
have you
me
done?
on Mastodon, subscribe to my LinkedIn, check out my stories on Snapchat, join my world on Meta's Facebook's The Metaverse, mail a check to my house.
I'm gonna strangle this stupid otter. Hitting the TTS right before we go. Oh goodness. Okay. I know the drill.
It's the ending stream, TTS.
Be good to
You
streamer.
gotta-
Be good to each other, and most importantly, be good to yourselves. We'll catch you around sometime. Ta-ta.